welcome in. I would like to welcome everybody to week 9 of the NFL season, or post week 9 of the NFL season. We are coming out of the upside down this week. If you guys watched any football game this weekend, you probably went, what the hell? Because there were a lot of games that didn't turn out quite like anyone expected them to. A few games that were just kind of crazy in how they worked out, and then a few games that the results themselves were just bananas. And we will talk through all of them tonight. So welcome in. It is Tuesday, as it always is whenever we do this show. Appreciate you guys coming in. My name is Joe, and NFL Osophy for those of you that came over from Twitch, but also on Twitter. Excited to get tonight going. There's some strange stuff to talk about. Like if I could not get DMCA'd by playing the Stranger Things theme, like I feel like that's the perfect kind of music to kick off tonight, because man, it just felt like nothing went as it should in week 9 this week. So a lot to talk about. I love these weeks, even though our picks weren't that great. I love these weeks because we learn so much. It's better than the weeks where we go, 9-3 or 9-4, in terms of what we can actually take out of them, because then we go, oh yeah, it happened pretty much like we said, or kind of like we said. Here's a couple of little things. This week, there's a lot to take out of it. So we'll go through every single game. Welcome in. Appreciate you guys coming in and hanging out. It is, let's see, what is it? It is 7 o'clock. It is 7 Eastern here. And I can tell you this, there is one clear winner, one very significant winner from this week. And well, I'll tell you what, there's actually two. I'll give you two from this week. One who played and one who didn't. And the one who didn't was lucky that they just happened to have a bye week in their in this particular week, because it seemed like every good team was getting beat. And in some of these games, the good team didn't get beat simply because somebody had to win or had to not lose. Might actually end up being the better way to put it. So welcome in. It's week 9. We're going to jump into it. Rick FM, welcome in. I assume that's how you say that. I don't really know, but welcome in. Appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. For anybody that's new here, this is our weekly recap show that we do every Tuesday. On Thursday, we do preview shows as well as a little bit of sidecasting with Thursday Night Football, if that's going on. And then on Sundays, we do our pregame and matchup show. So for everything, Todd, welcome in. Todd, I believe that's you. I think we talked earlier. Thanks for the follow earlier. Thanks so much for the sub. Really, really appreciate that. Thanks for the prime. Super awesome. Todd, where are you from? I noticed, I think it was Portuguese is your other language, over on Twitter, if I remember correctly, but welcome in. Thank you so much for the sub. Really, really appreciate that. So yeah, week 9, kind of crazy. Alex, welcome in. First time chatter. Thanks so much. Todd, you're from Brazil. Awesome. Glad you can join us. I'm not sure what time zone. What is Brazil in, like central time zone? I don't know what that is. Aaron Rodgers is the man. Alex, I feel like you just came here just to try to troll for a second. Alex Rodgers Aaron Rodgers is Karen Rodgers to me. He's entitled to his opinion, even if it is wrong, but let's all be real, his opinion is wrong. And the things that he said, a lot of it was inaccurate. So GMT -3. Okay. All right, cool. Oh, it's 9 p.m. Oh, so it's actually a couple hours ahead of us. Okay, cool. Well, we'll be here for probably 2 hours, maybe 3, depending on how the night goes. We usually try to move through the lesser games pretty quickly, and then the more important games, the ones that you guys want to talk about. You guys throw in some comments, some questions in chat. We'll talk about them. I don't want to try to make tonight too long, so we'll go ahead and jump into a lot of these games, and we'll talk through basically what our picks were, what our matchups were, what surprised us about these games, and what went kind of according to plan. So let's go ahead and let's have. Ooh, did I edit this before we got here? Oh, I did. Okay, cool. Just good to know. So thank you guys again for tuning in. Super excited about tonight. Again, like just an insane week, and it kind of started out with the Jets Colts game on Thursday night, right? So the Mike White hype train is put on hold for a week as he gets hurt. And my guy, Josh Johnson, who I know very, very well, he was our backup quarterback in Tampa Bay behind Josh Freeman whenever I was there. He comes in, throws for 317 yards, 3 TDs, 1 pick. So now Zach Wilson has been out for 2 full games. And in those 2 games, Mike White threw for 405 yards, 3 TDs, 2 picks in the first one. Josh Johnson comes out and puts up similar numbers and the 300 yards and 3 TDs in the second one. And that's all while Mike White was also 7 of 11 for 95 yards and a TD before he got hurt in this game. So he was well on his way to having another solid game, it seemed like. And now we're left wondering a little bit, is what's up with Zach Wilson, right? Should we be worried about Zach Wilson? Whenever you have 2 guys come in and play as well as Josh, and look, they're not playing great, right? Like the numbers are a little bit bloated because of that defense and how well that and how much they have to try to score to be able to do what they need to do and keep up in those games. But those guys are way more efficient than Zach Wilson ever thought about being, right? And why can't Zach Wilson put up these type of numbers? So now White in less than two games has 1 more TD than Zach Wilson does, and Josh Johnson in only 1 game is only 1 TD shy of Wilson, and Wilson's played in 6 games. So in literally 1/5 of the time, these guys are putting up better numbers than Zach Wilson has, which is a little bit scary. Look, I'm just piling on here with Zach Wilson. It's hard to take anything out of small sample sizes for White and Johnson, but it is kind of fun to discuss and something we at least need to mention that, like, hey, these guys. I mean, I get it. Josh Johnson he's a vet. I think he was drafted in 2008. I think at the time that he was drafted, he had the highest QB rating ever in or passer rating in the history of the NCAA out of San Diego State. Like it's not like he wasn't a well-versed quarterback, right? And then Mike White is also a rookie, so that's probably the better comparison. But I will say this offense, it actually looks okay when you get the ball out on time. The receivers look solid. The O-line doesn't look horrifically bad. You know, it doesn't help that a bad O-line when a quarterback like Zach Wilson likes to hold the ball in the pocket. And maybe this is a good reset for Zach Wilson, right? Sitting a few games out. A lot of times whenever you're in the muck of something, it's kind of hard to see the bigger picture. I'm hoping this is a situation for Zach where he's able to take kind of a breather and assess and adjust and kind of get his mind right and readjust to the speed of the game. Because as we talked about before, I really feel like he hasn't been seeing it. When we talked about the matchup of this game, we talked specifically about how this was the first time the Colts had a fully healthy offensive line, which when it's healthy can be pretty impressive. I mean, you've got Eric Fisher, Quentin Nelson, Ryan Kelly, Mark Lewinsky, and Braden Smith. That's a pretty damn good offensive line. If the Colts stay healthy there, that makes Jonathan Taylor and, more importantly, Carson Wentz look much, much better. The defense is built very specifically and will continue to be able to be taken advantage of by certain makeups of teams. The Colts offense is one of those the Jets defense is one of those teams, right? So basically any team that has a strong offensive line and ability to run the ball in misdirection, they're going to have some problems with. But that offensive line for the Colts, Austin, welcome in. Never in doubt, Ravens. It was in doubt for a moment. It was in doubt until about halfway through the 4th quarter. But we also said that was going to be a super close game between the Ravens and the Vikes. So yeah, we'll get there. We'll talk about that one. That one's one of the ones I was spending a little bit of time on. Austin, welcome in. But so with the offensive line being really good for the Colts, like them being healthy is massive. The Jets defensive line looked decent in the previous week, but then this week they looked like a disaster against the Colts offensive line. I mean, it was bad this week. So that's something we got to keep an eye on going forward. And that honestly, one of the biggest things out of that is going to help Wentz not go full Wentz and not have some of the issues that he had against the Titans, we'll say. So we spent a good amount of that on that game, so I won't go much deeper into that one. But we did call that one. I wanted to say Colts by a million on Thursday night, and the reason for that is just it felt like that offensive line was going to be able to let them do whatever they wanted on that Jets defense. Was surprised by how well the Jets defense or Jets offense played in that game, but it just goes to show that that offense actually can be pretty good when you get the ball out on time. And White and Johnson have done a much better job of that. So, um, uh-oh. Minnesota Vikings Dalvin Cook is the victim of domestic abuse and extortion. There's pending litigation, says his agent. Wow. That's not ideal. So, I'm going to go ahead and mark this one. Let me mark this one gone. And so, you know, this is kind of something I want to touch on. It's interesting that this story just came up, right? So Dalvin Cook is claiming that he's a victim of extortion, and and there's without going too deep into it, I've heard of a story where there was a guy who was accused of doing some not great things. Let's just call it sexual misconduct. And I don't know that I don't ever recall the story making it to the light of day, but the story that I was told was this guy was basically he met somebody at a party. The story from the other person was that they left the party together. They went back home. He did some things without consent, and then she was suing him and was going to release it to uh, the news if he didn't pay and settle. And she had already gotten an attorney and a lawyer and everything, and so he basically came to the team and said, "I have this against me. This is the text that I got. I have no idea what to do." And the team had helped said, "Hey, well, first thing we need to do is let's hear let's first of all let's get you an attorney, and then let's hear your side of the story, and let's work through it." And it turned out the guy didn't even leave like the party with this particular person, and there was clear video evidence of him being in other places throughout the evening when she said that these things happened, and it was very clear that he was the target of extortion. And the police, I think the FBI got involved, all kinds of stuff. And so it's one of those reasons why there's always more to a story than we ever know, and the headline never really grasps the entire subject, and something where it's easy to react. I do it myself on Twitter. It's easy to react to whatever that headline is on Twitter and go, "Hey, well, wow, look at this. Aaron Rodgers is an idiot." Yada yada, right? Type of thing. And until we actually like listen to the context of the words that are quoted within a tweet, read through those, or actually hear. A lot of times you'll see me go, "Hey, I haven't actually listened to this," because a lot of times just taking a snippet of something that somebody says and posting it on Twitter can make it look really bad. I think there was who was it? There was a defensive player that was talking about playing Lamar a few weeks ago, and basically said, he's a running back at the quarterback position, and that sounds awful, right? Like it just that little clip is he's a running back at the quarterback position makes it sound pretty denigrating to Lamar. But the reality is if you go back and watch that, he totally means it as a compliment. Like it's completely the opposite of how that sounds whenever you actually go to it. So I always encourage everybody to wait for more information. Let's wait. Like I say this all the time, my spidey sense tingles. Like there are some things that it just doesn't add up knowing what I know of how things work behind the scenes. So Grizz, your notifications failed you. Sorry, bro. I'm glad you joined us anyways, though. Welcome in. So yeah, so there's always more to a story. I'm not saying that victims of Logan Wilson, yeah, Austin, you're right. Um, I'm not saying that victims of sexual misconduct or anything like that shouldn't be believed, but I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that it's hard for us to judge from the outside, right? Like it's hard for we don't always have all the information. I always remember the one thing that I learned in one of our sports legal classes about that particular thing was it was about the old McDonald's case. Like the lady had she spilled coffee on her lap in her car, and she ended up getting burns and sued McDonald's for millions of dollars. And like it's kind of like your coffee's hot. Like you have to be careful with your coffee, and you know that it's hot. Like how on earth could you sue McDonald's because you spilled your coffee? And I remember that was what it was presented as in the media. Well, when we actually reviewed that case, it turns out that that particular McDonald's had been keeping its coffee 30 degrees above the temperature that it should be, basically on the edge of boiling. And because they did that, they were out of safety compliance rules, and therefore that's why the person ended up winning. So again, details matter in these type of things. So Logan Wilson to the Bengals right before they destroyed the Ravens, or after, I don't remember. He said it before, Austin. He definitely said it before, because I think they were asking him about, like how are you guys gonna try to defend Lamar? And he basically said, he's a running back at the quarterback position, and that's something that you have to plan for both his arm and his legs. And they did a good job of that after that game. So sorry, got a little bit off topic there, but always love going through a little bit of news. Oh, OBJ is officially passed through waivers. So he is now a free agent, which is big. Supposedly the Packers are his number one. There was one report that the Packers are his number one, not necessarily from somebody that I'm used to. It's not somebody that I'm used to going to and going, oh, that's definitely a credible source. I can't. He allegedly is what I would say. He allegedly wants to go to the Packers. So that would be an interesting place. I think somebody else, I think Josina Anderson said it was, he had talked to Packers, Chiefs, Pats, and OBJ to the Bucks to replace AB. Two totally different players, Grizz. They're not the same player. AB, as long as he's healthy, is a guy that I would prefer to have. But they just also signed Brashad Perriman, which I thought was interesting. I think that's an interesting set. I don't know. I like who the Bucks already have at wide receiver, so I'm not really sure why they would go and sign Perriman. There's a lot of people loving it. I don't know how much time he's really going to get with the Bucks. He might get a ring while he's there, but I don't know if he's going to see the field. Maybe he sees the field a whole lot. Problem is AB could eventually come back. If not this week, then probably next week, and then he's going to be on the field a ton. And Perriman may never actually see the field. Is he better than Tyler Johnson and Scotty Miller? I mean, maybe. Scotty Miller's not going to be back for a while, but AB could be on the field and not hurt for the rest of the season after he comes back this time. You just never know. I can't imagine OBJ on the Patriots. Austin, I would love to see OBJ on the Patriots. I don't know if he could get his attitude in check to play on a team like that and fall into that culture that the Patriots set. But him in that style of offense, I love that idea. Because, and I said this on Twitter today, and I was going to hit it on the during the Pats Carolina recap, but the Browns run a very specific timing related offense, and OBJ can't help it. He is built to look at the defense, see what they're doing, and find the open space. That's not what the Browns offense wants you to do. They want you to be on your spot on time at the microsecond that you're supposed to be there, and within literally inches of the spot that you're supposed to be. Like it is that precise in the passing game. OBJ says, "Oh, hey, that safety has backed off a little bit and there's a linebacker underneath, so I'm going to carry my route a little bit higher to give Baker a little bit more space to be able to throw it." Problem is it takes a little bit longer to get there, And now all of a sudden it doesn't hit the timing that Baker needs. And when Baker goes to look at him, he's not where he's supposed to be, and then goes and looks at the next guy. It's just a totally different style of offense. And I think OBJ is going to be him in that type of offense would be amazing. Let's see. Yeah, the young guys look decent. Yeah, I mean, for the Bucks, like they've got an embarrassment of rare. Like Tyler Johnson is probably a number 3 somewhere else. He's probably a number 3 on a few teams, and he's a number 5 on this team. OBJ with the Browns feels like Moss with Raiders. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, right? And sometimes you get these guys that you feel like, oh, once they go somewhere else and they actually are happy about it, they're going to perform. But that's not always the case. Like we can look at Moss. Moss is the greatest positive out of that whole thing because remember when Moss went to the Raiders, he was expected to still be what he was at the Vikings, and then he just tanked. They didn't use him right. He wasn't happy. He wasn't really trying. He wasn't running routes out. And then all of a sudden he goes to the Patriots and he blows up. Now there have been a lot of guys like that haven't worked out for the Patriots, like Chad Ochocinco, Chad Johnson, whatever you remember him as, didn't work out whenever he went to the Patriots. Thought that he might be a good fit for that particular offense. But the Patriots are very much like hey, we don't need you to be this precise on every single route in terms of getting to this exact spot. We need you to see what the defense is doing and then react to it. Chad Johnson was a hit your spot at like the precise with super precise footwork and get there. And it wasn't really a great fit there either. So again, a lot of this is about scheme fit, team fit, personality fit, all of that stuff. So it's not a like a plug and play like it is in other sports, right? This is why trades don't happen as much. You know, at baseball trade deadline, there's 20 or 30 trades that potentially happen. Whenever it's in the NFL, you get 3, maybe 4. And usually it's for draft. You get one guy for a draft pick. And the reason for that is it's just somebody that somebody wants to get rid of. They got a salary to dump and they would like to have the cap space and a pick in return. There's not a whole lot of guys like Von Miller that get traded every year. It's gotten a little more popular. There's maybe 1, maybe 2 guys like that get traded that are big, but most of the trades are kind of second tier, third tier, under the radar type of trades. Melvin Ingram, kind of a big one, but not the same. It wasn't playing as well in Pittsburgh. They needed to get rid of that contract. They didn't use him the way that he needed to be used in terms of purely rushing the passer. They dropped him into coverage maybe 15 times a game, which isn't ideal for his play style. I think who was it? The Chiefs traded the guard to the Jets, and I think that was kind of an underrated move. I think they needed help there. Thought that was a move the Carolina Panthers probably could have and should have made because that offensive line, especially the left side, is pretty bad as we've talked about. So little stuff like that. All right, let's get into. Good discussion though. We'll talk a little bit more about OBJ and particularly that Browns offense later. Whenever we get into that game. All right, Atlanta, New Orleans. This was a fascinating game. So many games this week, right? So let's see. So let's go through them real quick. So Saints -7, Cowboys -10. Ravens almost gave it up. Luckily for Austin, they didn't. Bengals -2. Bills -14. I think that one ended up at 15.5 the day of. Let's see. Raiders -3. There were some big upsets, and we're not talking about just like a small amount. Like even though it was Bengals -2, I mean the Browns put up 41, so it's not like these were small wins. Bills get beat by a Jags team, even though they were favored by 15.5. Niners were -3.5, which we all know now that was just a missed line. So there's some lines that were way off. I mean, about half of these games went the complete opposite direction from the favorites. Like there was just upsets all over the place. So what a crazy week it was. And good teams losing not just to other good teams, but to really bad teams. By the way, any idea how Nate Tice is able to do film on Twitch? I know you talked about wanting to do that in the past. I didn't realize he was doing it on Twitch, Austin. I have seen his stuff on YouTube, but I didn't know. Oh, I need to change this. Sorry. I didn't realize that he was doing that he was doing it on Twitch. I will have to go back and see. I'm curious. I'll go ask him about it because I've talked to him before, so I didn't realize that he was actually on Twitch. Interesting. Let's see. Sorry, I need to make sure that this is. There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, he's streaming all 22. Is he doing it right now? Not that I'm gonna go look, but or not that I'm gonna go pull him up or anything, but I would be curious. I'm at least gonna find his channel and give him a follow. So yeah, so at one hell of a week, and this Falcons Saints game was one of the games where I was totally surprised by the outcome of this game. So for me, the Falcons are not a very good football team, and the Saints are not a very good football team. Or the Saints are a good football team. At least they have a good defense. They don't have an identity on offense. They're trying to figure that out. They're still trying to figure that out. So super interested in this particular game, and one of the games that I want to go back and watch more of the All 22 because I didn't get time for. But the Falcons played well early on, specifically thanks to Cordero Patterson. And my question is how does Cordero still put up the types of numbers that he's putting up? It's basically him and Pitts at this point, right? So the issue with guarding the Falcons is you have Kyle Pitts, you have Cordero Patterson, and you have nothing else. Literally nothing else. You don't have to worry about Mike Davis in the run game because the offensive line isn't very good. They're not good at pass blocking. They're not good at run blocking. And you have Kyle Pitts. That's it at this point. If you had Calvin Ridley, okay, now you're starting to get into three weapons that makes it much, much harder for a defense to be able to cover all three. But when there's only two, I just don't get it. And to me, I felt like this. I really thought that this would be the Saints copying the Panthers' defensive game plan, and let's double Pitts, just flat out take him out of the game. Just flat out take him out of the game. And then we'll figure out how we want to use linebackers and maybe a safety on Cordero Patterson to be able to kind of bottle him up and then make somebody else beat us. And the Saints weren't like that at all. They came in thinking, hey, we can cover Pitts. Lattimore, sure, we'll put him on Pitts. He'll be fine. He wasn't fine. Pitts still ended up playing pretty well against Lattimore, and even as a rookie, that's impressive against a guy like Lattimore. And look, the other thing is Patterson is a mismatch waiting to happen. He's the type of guy that if he's on the field, you probably like Arthur Smith. And to your point, Grizz, you feel like the Falcons are a well-coached bad team. They do a lot of really good things with Cordero Patterson because think of it like this. All right, so you can use Cordero Patterson and basically mismatch him against anybody by moving him around and doing different things, personnel, specifically with personnel, right? So basically whatever the other team wants to do against Cordero Patterson, you can then work that to your advantage. So think about it like this. If Patterson's in the game and the defense puts a linebacker in the game and puts that linebacker on Patterson, you can then motion Patterson out to the edge. And now you've got a guy who is good enough as a number 3 wide receiver, maybe even like a number 2. Like he's not a number 1 wide receiver, don't get me wrong, but he's good enough to actually be a wide receiver. I mean, hell, that's what he played in the last few years, right? But he's probably call him a number 3 just to be generous to the defense. He's a number 3 wide receiver that is now being guarded by a linebacker. That's a mismatch. And then on the next play, they're like, shit, we can't cover him with a linebacker. We need to bring in a defensive back. And they bring in a defensive back and say, hey, we can't cover Patterson as a wide receiver in that personnel package. So they bring in and now they go with a lighter, they're in nickel or dime or something like that. Now all of a sudden you bring Patterson into the backfield on the next play, and now you have numbers in the run game. And you, no matter what you do against a guy like Cordero Patterson, there's no way to win unless you try to figure out there's maybe 3 or 4 DBs in the NFL that that can cover him and play as support in the run game. I mean, we're talking like Jalen Ramsey, Derwin James type of players, right? Like there's not that many of those type of guys. And so that's a huge advantage for the Falcons, and they do a good job of using that. So I love how Arthur Smith is tapping into that and using it to their advantage. And it's really weird to see the Falcons be able to move the ball without a good offensive line, without as good of weapons, and to do so better than what the Bucks did against this Saints defense. I it was funny because the Falcons the Falcons tried to run, but they weren't doing anything in the run game. I thought that they used it as a good kind of distraction for the pass game, but they realized that wasn't what they were going to do. But they also didn't want to just allow New Orleans to keep their defense on the field the entire game either. So they did a good job of trying to maintain some time of possession with the run game and with the short passing game too, but without exposing their defense. But they did as good of a job as the Bucks did the previous week. So, um, what else? Lattimore didn't strictly stay on Pitts. He was probably on him more. I didn't actually chart it, but he was probably on him more than anybody else. I do think that like he followed Pitts a good amount. And Pitts really seemed to win that battle for the most part. I think that tells you how much of a problem Pitts can be. Like you have a rookie tight end slash wide receiver that's coming in and beating Marcus Lattimore. That's pretty impressive. The Falcons mustered a whole 34 rushing yards on 25 attempts. Um, all of their offense came in the form of the pass game. New Orleans on offense wasn't bad. Simeon was fine. They did miss the big play aspect on offense. Like they don't have that with Simeon. They also suffer from a lack of efficiency, and one of those two things needs to change going forward. So they can't go up top, and Simeon still isn't hitting some of the easier throws. And with whenever you play good offenses, you need at least one of those two, or you need the defense to be just completely dominant, right? And the Saints defense wasn't completely, they were dominant in the run game, but they weren't dominant in the pass game this time around. So good job by Arthur Smith, good job by Matt Ryan, who played a well enough game. Like this is a I don't know. This is a hard game to just take a ton out of, right? Because it was kind of a back and forth game. No team did anything super surprising. Um, eh, Simeon was 25 of 41, 249, two touchdowns, no interceptions, one fumble. I think the Saints had I think the Saints had one turnover. The Falcons didn't have any. Taysom Hill did get 17 snaps, moved all over the place, but he only had two dropbacks and one rush for 4 yards. Ingram, I like the addition of Ingram. Ingram adds some toughness to this offense. I mean, Kamara is tough enough, and the offensive line is pretty tough, but Ingram is just a different style. I mean, he brings the hammer a lot more than a guy like Kamara does. Um, there's nothing, no single like one thing that I can point at this game and go, this is why the Falcons won and why the Saints lost. It honestly feels like a game where both teams just kind of threw a ton of jabs at each other and somebody had to land the last one. Um, it just happened to be Atlanta in this game, which it's a good win for them. One last thing I would say about the Falcons that should be mentioned. I've spoken poorly of their defense all year. I think AJ Terrell is a guy that I should have mentioned a lot earlier. He had a really solid game this week, but he's quietly been playing very, very well. He's quietly had a pretty good season. And he's a young guy that's gonna end up being a pretty good player on this defense, and maybe the best player on this defense by the end of the season, if he's not already. I mean, you could kind of, no Dante Fowler, Grady Jarrett's not playing as well, Deion Jones not playing as well. Like you could kind of say he's the best player on this defense already. So AJ Terrell, young kid at cornerback, you should probably keep recognize that name, because if he continues to progress, he's going to be a really, really good football player. Here's the thing, and this is why I say there's one clear winner from this week. I will say there's actually two clear winners. The first is Arizona. The second is, this was a huge week for the Bucks. So think about it. From the Bucks' point of view, they didn't play, right? Getting healthy. The Saints lost to the Falcons. That's huge for them. I mean, that basically takes everybody out of that. It basically puts the Bucks well in control of the division. After a loss to this, like if they had beaten the Saints, they'd already be there. They didn't beat the Saints. Saints beat them. Now they're pretty much in control of the division. Um, so big loss by the Saints. Dallas loses. That was the other team that was up there at the top with them. Green Bay loses to the Chiefs. That's another one. That's big for the 1 and the 2 seed. The Rams lost. That's another one. They lost to the Rams, right? So that's a big one. They would have lost in they lose the tiebreaker in the head to head. So it's big that the Rams get a loss this week. That means the Bucks basically move up. I think they're third in the standings right now in terms of playoff spots or in terms of seeding. So that basically puts them in control of their future because the Bucks don't have a hard schedule going out the rest of the way. So Falcons win, Saints lose. Saints lose big because that does basically take them out of the. I mean, they would need the Bucks to implode for them to be able to come through and win this division at this point. And the Bucks probably aren't going to implode. They are a pretty deep team everywhere except for the defensive back position where they've already taken a lot of bullets and have stood up. I think in DVOA, it was funny. I was looking at it today and I was surprised. In DVOA, the Bucks defense is still like 11th. It's not like they're playing horribly anymore. Ninth. Their defense is ninth in DVOA. So Bucks still a very good team. I mean, outside of Arizona, you have to think that the Bucks are probably at the top. And we'll talk about all that whenever we get to the team tiers later on. So that's Falcon Saints. We lost that one too. So we were right on the Jets Colts, wrong on Falcon Saints. Just a weird. There's no reason for the Falcons to win that game, but we missed the miss on the call of the points is totally worth it. Like is totally on me because the Falcons hung with them, and that was something that you could probably see coming considering it's Trevor Siemian. But I still felt like the Saints defense was going to play a lot better than what they did, and they would hold the Falcons to way less points than what they gave them. So Broncos Cowboys. So this is an interesting one. So for me, hang on, let me do this. So Broncos Cowboys, man. How in the world does this game end up the way that it was? Denver ends up winning 30-16, but that only tells part of the story. It was 30-0 with about 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter. It was 30-0. Denver gets up and never gives it up. Austin, the NFL is weird. Yes. And remember, if you're looking at it before this week, Denver is a team that's doing this because we're like, hey, they won their first 3 games against shitty teams, and now all of a sudden they're losing games against even decent teams. And Dallas is going like this, right? Like going crazy, and they're hot, and everybody's on the Dallas bandwagon for once, and all of a sudden they just completely flip roles, and Denver just takes it to Dallas, takes them behind the woodshed and starts whipping up on them, right? Austin, trade Von Miller to make your defense better. I mean, it's funny. There's a few there's a few that you could look at right like that, right? Like OBJ leaves and the Browns all of a sudden win. The Von Miller leaves the Broncos and all of a sudden their defense gets better. Look, let's be real. This is for the Broncos. Fangio came in and had Kellen Moore's number for this game, and Dax for that matter. He played cover 2, man under, and Kellen and Dak could not figure it out. And Dak wasn't particularly accurate in this game either. He missed a couple of big plays to CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb got open deep a couple of times, and Dak missed them. So this is what we call Murphy's Law game, right? Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. That's basically how it turned up for Dallas. It started off bad and then kind of snowballed from there. I think the Bucks had that against the Rams earlier in the season. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. And it's no small deal that Patrick Surtain, Ronald Darby, and Fuller were all playing, right? So this is the first time that those cornerbacks have all been on the field at the same time for Denver this season. That's a huge deal for them. That helps them. Denver controls the ball for 41 minutes. They have 41 rushes for 190 yards. Tim Patrick had a huge catch for a touchdown against Trayvon Diggs. He did push off, but I mean, Trayvon Diggs gets away with DPI all the time, but it was a good separation move. It didn't get called, so it works. Judy comes back, has 6 catches for 69, had a couple really nice catches in this game too. Cooper on the defensive line stepped up big in the place of Von Miller, had a couple sacks. Teddy played well. I was really impressed with Teddy's poise in the pocket when he was under pressure. Cowboys brought a ton of heat. They didn't sit back and say, hey, we're going to play cover 3 and we're going to let you throw it and all of this stuff. Teddy was not shaken by the pressure that they brought. They brought it and he was just fine. He didn't try to do too much. He did take a few sacks, but he took the sacks when he needed to and when he should. And he also didn't buckle when guys were in his face. He didn't buckle too early. Like he stayed in when he needed to stay in and make throws, but he also realized, okay, I'm just better off not throwing this and take this sack and we'll give it a go on the next one. I mean, it's the complete opposite of what you think of like a Carson Wentz. Whenever he's getting tackled near the goal line and he just kind of like does this, trying to throw it to somebody. Like Teddy doesn't make those mistakes. He didn't let the Cowboys back into the game with those mistakes. He said, hey, I'm going to take this sack and we'll figure it out on the next play. So impressed by the poise that he had there. Made a few really good throws. Javonte Williams is really impressive. Melvin Gordon had a good day. I thought the offensive line played pretty well for the Broncos. I mean, both running backs for the Broncos had some pretty big holes to go through. But then when they didn't make contact, I think Melvin Gordon or Javonte Williams had like 55 yards after contact or something like that. It's just one of those games where Denver looks flawless and the Cowboys look like they had no idea what they're doing on offense and defense. Just completely illogical. This is the other side of the coin for Trayvon Diggs for me. Kaladin, welcome in. Thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Glad you're here. If you play on the edge, and we talked about this with Patrick Mahomes, if you play on the edge and you dare people to beat you, or you like to play in a realm where you're taking a good amount of chances, you're going to benefit whenever you're successful on those things by a greater margin. But you're also going to get, it's also going to be a lot more painful when those things do happen, when the bad side of that shows up, right? So this was the other side of that coin for Trayvon Diggs. He's had interceptions in every game this season because he likes to try to bait guys a little bit, and he likes to play a little bit off, and he'll take some chances and trying to undercut the ball at certain times. And even though this is probably his worst game this season. Like he likes to bait and he just never got to the ball whenever he did bait in this game. And he wasn't even playing against Judy. He was playing against Tim Patrick, Tim Patrick probably has the game of his career against Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs was targeted 4 times, 3 catches, 64 yards, gave up a TD with a passer rating against him of 156.3. Perfect passer rating is 158.3, by the way. And he gave up a 156.3. Plus, he had 2 additional penalties. Plus, he had 2 additional penalties. Double moves got him. That's exactly what you've got to do. And that's where I thought the Ravens, Grizz, would take advantage of the Vikings. And they got him a couple times on that too. But when you can torch the best cornerback on the other team, look, they didn't go at him a ton. It's not like they targeted him 8 times or 9 times. They only targeted him 4 times. But when they targeted him, they had a specific thing that they wanted to do. And they knew what they were going for. And Tim Patrick's a big receiver, right? Tim Patrick's 6'4". So it's not like they're going at him with the smaller guy that Trayvon Diggs is going to be able to outmuscle. Nah, they went after him with a guy that is going to be able to muscle up with Diggs. Dak was under a ton of pressure. So the Cowboys did something interesting in this game. So they had Terrence Steele at left tackle, and he was a major problem in this game. Dak was under a ton of pressure, And if you weren't paying attention, it might feel like there was pressure coming from all over the place. Really, it was from one spot. So Terrence Steele is at left tackle, major problem in this game. To me, that was a weird decision. And it's easy to question after the game, of course. Like we can be like, hey, that didn't really work out very well. And it's easy for us to play, to play armchair quarterback after the fact on Monday. But love the Twitter. Glad you're streaming, bro. Keep up the great content and great bourbon selections. Kaladin, that's probably my favorite part, the great bourbon selections. We're just we're just having a drink of beer tonight while we're streaming. But welcome in. I'm glad you're here. Appreciate the gas, appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much. Yeah, so Terrence still is in at left tackle. Here's the thing. Uh, since L. Collins had been out, because L. Collins propositioned his the tester who came in to give him his random drug tests. He propositioned him, and the league frowned upon that, and he was suspended for some games because of that. And L. Collins is back in the lineup, and Steele had played well at right tackle in L. Collins' absence, right? Like he's been playing right tackle, played pretty well there. I thought like pretty strong, pretty good games. And then all of a sudden, L. Collins comes back, and Tyron Smith is out this week, or is out, and they end up moving Steele to left tackle, which that's a decision. Think of it this way. L. Collins has played left tackle before. And this is just the basis of the decision for me. Like to me, this isn't that hard. And we talked about how hard it is to switch from right tackle to left tackle. Like try, what's the one that somebody used? Try wiping with the other hand. Well, it's like that, but try doing that with a 300-pound person trying to interrupt you while doing that. So yeah, it's a decision, right, Austin? L. Collins has played left tackle before. Steele has not. In fact, if I remember correctly, I don't ever recall Steele playing left tackle even whenever he was at Texas Tech. Like I don't ever remember. I think he was a full-time right tackle even in his college career. And I may be wrong on that. Don't hold me to that. But I think that might be. But anyways, like we've talked about how hard it is to flip, and they decided for this particular week they're just gonna send it, and they're gonna put him over there. And maybe they're thinking, hey, it's just Denver. That doesn't seem like a very good team. They don't have Von Miller. They just got rid of him. So let's give it a try, right? Like we should be fine. It wasn't fine. It's hard to treat any game. And this is a perfect week to do that, right? It's hard to treat any game as a throwaway in the NFL. And it basically causes you to be losing 30-0 late in the fourth quarter whenever you make bad decisions like this, right? It's just it was a catastrophe of bad decisions on the Cowboys' part, as well as Dak wasn't particularly accurate in this game, missed a few throws, was under pressure the entire time. The Broncos had a great game plan against them. And then the Broncos also had their full squad back in the secondary. So this is what the Broncos were supposed to look like before the season, right? And what a lot of people thought that they were going to look like when they had Surtain and Darby and Fuller. So does this continue? I don't know. I talked about last week how Judy coming back really helps this offense, and it certainly looked that way. Because again, when you have a guy like Judy out, it all of a sudden pushes everybody up. You've got, and KJ Hamler's out too, but whenever you take Judy out, now you've got Tim Patrick and Cortland Sutton and it was Hamler that are now your 1-2, right? And they're going against the best corners. Well, now all of a sudden you've got Trayvon Diggs against a guy like Cortland Sutton, and that's a win for the defense. But you put Judy in there, now all of a sudden Cortland Sutton's going against the third best guy. And that's a better matchup. So when you lose people at the wide receiver position where people have to rank up, basically, whenever people go down, that's tough. That's really, really tough. And they need Judy to be healthy for them to do that. I thought the offense looked much crisper, much cleaner, even the passing game looked much better, even while Teddy was under pressure this entire game. So just one of those weird games that kind of snowballed against the Cowboys, but it was their Denver deserves a ton of credit for everything that they did. Fangio came in with a great game plan, put Kellen Moore in a bit of a box by playing the cover two. Again, it goes back to this cover two and these big play offenses. It's the Bucks, the Chiefs, the Bucks, the Chiefs, the Cowboys, these teams that are used to being able to throw deep and strike with big plays. All of a sudden, you take those bigger plays away from them, and they're not as comfortable playing in the short game and the quick game. The Cowboys have shown that they're better at it because they have a really good offensive line and they can run the ball pretty effectively. But they didn't. That wasn't their game plan coming. They were like, "Hey, we can throw all over these guys, and we're going to continue to do it." And they never really adjusted out of that. So fascinating game. Some weird decisions. Again, we talk about it again. The decisions made before the game end up being some very impactful decisions. You can talk about execution in the game all you want, but putting Steele at left tackle was a major fault in the decision making and the strategy of the Cowboys, and immediately probably took them from being, a 7-point favorite to, or they ended up at a 10-point favorite to probably really only being a 3 to 4-point favorite. And then some other decisions along the way of Fangio deciding, hey, we're going to play mostly cover two man against these guys because we think we can hold them. That's big. That's big, big. So impressive win for Denver. I'm interested to see if this defense can hold up. Whose decision is that typically? The offensive lineman, the offensive line coach will decide who needs to go where. They'll talk about that in the team meeting, in the coaches meeting, and the coaches will say, hey, if we're without Smith, what are you looking at? What are we looking at left tackle? And they'll say, hey, we've got these two guys that could go. We could put Collins there. That'll leave Steele here. Or we could take Collins and put him at right tackle where he's probably a better player at right tackle. Like, it's balancing an equation, right? Basically, of saying, all right, Steele over here, let's call him, he's played at a 7.5 or an 8. If we move him to left tackle, we think he's going to play at maybe a 6 or a 7. Like, there's going to be a little bit of fall off, but we don't think there's going to be that much. Lel Collins, if we put him at right tackle, we know he's going to be a 9. But if we put him at left tackle, he's going to be a 5 or a 6 probably. He's basically going to be the same thing as Steele, so we might as well leave Lel Collins over on the right tackle spot. That's probably the logic that they went through in some form or fashion, and something that they'll have a discussion of between the offensive line coach, Kellen Moore, Mike McCarthy, all of the offense, right? And the wide receiver coach may have an opinion of like, hey, like, I really think we should put Lel over at left tackle. Like, to me, that seems like he's been playing really well. Like, they'll throw in their opinions, but ultimately it's going to be between Kellen and whoever the offense coordinator and the offensive line coach will probably make that call. Maybe head coach, but usually it just gets decided between them. Good question, though. Very good question. So, again, they probably just figured put Lel where we know he's going to be good and should be dominant. And he played pretty well in that game. But they underestimated how bad Steele would be over at left tackle. So, and it's one of those things where you have to judge the position specifically too, right? Because the offensive line is kind of a weakest link. It's how wherever that bad spot is in that line, that's where the defense is going to attack. And you've got to know that. And they probably felt that they had a better option and potentially better at left guard. I mean, that makes more sense, right? Like when you're able to get like a Zach Martin over there to help your left tackle in certain positions, they probably feel like they could cover up for a guy like Steele a little bit better. But you just end up one-on-one on the edge at tackle so much that there's just not really a way to protect out there if the defense decides to attack them that way. But that's the chess game, right? That's the strategy before everyone, and why it's so hard every week to be able to pick these, because we don't know what happens in those conversations in those coaches' rooms and the strategy that goes in. And that's actually a great lead in to this next game, because I made a false statement on Twitter yesterday. Somebody asked me, "Are you done hating on the Pats? Do you think they're a good team?" And I said, fine, I give in. And I regret saying that because I had watched through the Pats and Carolina game very, very quickly, through not really highlights, but like just a quick walkthrough of like a condensed game. And I just noticed that Sam Darnold was terrible. That was the big thing to me, is how terrible Sam Darnold was in that particular game. Didn't watch it, but did they help him with chips? They didn't. Toots. I mean, they had Zeke and Pollard in the backfield to help every once in a while whenever it got a little bit leaky, but that wasn't a game where they felt like they were going to get a ton of pressure from the Viking, or from the Broncos in that particular game. So yeah, that was an interesting one for me. But yeah, so I mean, it's a great lead in because I think the Pats are. I regret that I said that the Pats are a good team, because after I went back and watched that game a lot closer, the Pats are exactly who I thought they were. They are exactly who I thought they were. They have a mediocre O line at best. They have a quarterback that I can't figure out if I'm not totally sure if he can't throw it downfield or if they're just protecting him from throwing it downfield, or a little bit of both. And I feel like it's a little bit of both. They don't have the receivers to stretch the field. They want to rely on their run game. And then they have a good enough set of talent on the defense. But the reality is that they have Bill Belichick helping coach the defense. And he can say that it's Steve Belichick's defense all he wants and that he calls the plays. That looked like a Belichick defense. They mixed it up a good amount. They gave Darnold some different looks. And then they basically said, we're going to get after him and he's going to give us the ball at least twice, if not three times. And sure enough, he gave it to him three times. And that basically ends up being, including a pick six, by the way, which is one of the more embarrassing throws that I've seen all season. And that's including like the one, like, I don't know what the hell he was thinking. And Darnold throws a pick six. And that basically means that the Pats only had 17 points by their offense, but they also had really good field position and short field on a few other drives because of turnovers by Darnold. Like that, when your defense is good, they can help you out, but you can't continuously put them in bad positions. And Darnold continuously puts them in bad. And by the way, one of the other picks that he threw was in the end zone on a horrible throw again. Like he probably should have had 7 points on that particular play, and that took 7 points off the board all in itself. So you can give a 14-point difference all by itself to Sam Darnold just on two throws. It's insane how much Sam Darnold impacted this game. That was where I missed. I thought that with CMC coming back, they would have a way to actually be able to either get the ball to CMC, or CMC would divert enough attention away from DJ Moore that DJ Moore would get going. And DJ Moore didn't really get going very well in this game. And there's not enough options elsewhere in the offense. The wide receiver, like I'm out on Robbie Anderson. I don't think we all saw the clip of Robbie Anderson yelling at Sam Darnold. Robbie Anderson ain't that good. He ain't good enough to be yelling at Sam Darnold like that. Let's just put it like that. So for me, they don't have enough weapons on offense in the pass game. They got CMC, they've got DJ Moore. Outside of that, it's a bunch of Jags, in my opinion. Robbie Anderson might be able to get open deep against bad teams. Outside of that, not really all that impressed with Robbie Anderson so far this season. And then their offensive line is bad. And I overestimated how much offense the Panthers would be able to generate with a bad offensive line against a Bill Belichick team with Sam Darnold at quarterback. It sounded like Matt Rule kind of hit he's hitting the end of his rope with Sam Darnold. So we'll see how that goes. I fully expect them to figure out something else at quarterback. If not this week, then next week. Actually, who do they play this week? I'm curious now, because this is going to be something that's going to be ongoing. Sam Darnold ain't the guy. Like Matt Rule said after the game, you can't throw the ball up in the air like that, because that's exactly what Sam Darnold did a couple of times. He just threw it up in the air and hope his guy, and it wasn't even close. Wasn't even close. Now, don't get me wrong. The Jamie Collins one, that was impressive on Jamie Collins. Like, it's not necessarily on Sam Darnold, but Sam Darnold did stare down the guy, and so Jamie Collins basically sat like a lion, just waiting to jump on his prey. Um, let's see. 2021 Panther schedule. Who? Oh my God. Panthers get Arizona this week. In Arizona. That seems like a good PJ Walker game to me. Unless they want to give PJ Walker some opportunity, because this week's Arizona, next week's Washington, then it's Miami, bye week, Atlanta. So, yeah. Darnold is out the next few weeks. I knew that he had gotten hurt, but I didn't know he was out. This says he's day to day after he underwent an MRI on his right shoulder on Monday. Oh, I wonder if that's a injury. Oh, a little after I went live, of course. I wonder if that's a injury or a real injury. Because that feels like an opportunity. I want to see this report. Sorry, scapula fracture. Interesting. Sorry, Austin. It doesn't let links in the chat. Tom Brady shoulder Tom Brady shoulder better be probable. Let's see. Go away. An hour ago. Of course, it really was, like, as I'm going live. After 2 days of testing, exams revealed. Wow, apparently I can't read today. Sam Darnold has a fractured scapula, sources say. The right shoulder injury will most likely lead to Darnold missing several weeks. PJ Walker's backup will step. Look, I don't know that PJ Walker is going to be able to get anything done. But he does provide a different dynamic that, look, Darnold's run a little bit here and there, but Darnold is not a runner at the quarterback position. He's taken advantage of people, of other teams, knowing he's not a runner, and he's good enough to run every once in a while. So I know he's got like 5 rushing TDs and all that, but that's not his ball game. So yeah, so I'm really interested to see how that works out. I hope PJ, comes in and lights it up. If I'm being quite honest, I feel like Carolina could be such a fun team, man. Stephon Gilmore has played really well in the couple of games that he's been there, even in limited snaps. Like, love that defense, even though I do think that they can get run on by good teams with good offensive lines. But they've got some that O line is a problem. Interested to see how PJ Walker does with that, how they scheme around it. You called this week 1 on Darnold. What, that he would end up hurt, or that he would end up getting, that PJ Walker would end up, or just that he was going to be bad, Grizz? Yeah, I would love to see Carolina do well. But again, back to the Pats. Look, I said this on Twitter today, and I actually thought I was going to get a whole lot more flack for this whenever I said this in the middle of the day. I'm tired of people telling me how good Mac Jones is without at least throwing in a but. Hey, he's looked good for a rookie, but he also, they're not asking him to do very much. Like, there's all kinds of caveats that you've got to throw in there. He doesn't throw the ball downfield. They don't ask him to do much. They basically ask him to throw a bunch of screens and smoke routes, and he has to throw the ball, on third down. He has a lot of third down attempts because he puts himself behind the chains. The offense puts him behind the chains. I don't know if it's particularly play calling. I think the play calling is specific to what he's capable of at this point. And I feel like they've gotten better throughout the season, but you can't tell me Mac Jones is a good quarterback and then also say, hey, Tua is not a good quarterback, because what is being asked of Tua and what is being asked of Mac Jones are the same thing. They're not asking them to throw downfield. Every once in a while, we need you to trust a Hunter Henry or a Devontae Parker or something like that. I will say Mac Jones has far better coaching and a far better offensive line. So they're in nothing too risky with him yet. No, nothing at all. I think there's been a couple of games that they've opened it up against them, right? So Dallas, he was kind of forced into it, and he played really well in the Dallas game. Don't get me wrong. Like he played pretty well in that game. Against the Jets, he played pretty well, but again, that's just the Jets, and that's when Bill Belichick seems to be at his best is against the Jets. The Pats are going to play everybody pretty close for the most part. It's just kind of how they do it, and then all of a sudden, like they're gonna throw it on the Jets for whatever reason. I feel like Bill Belichick has a thing against the Jets, so that's called a West Coast offense. I Baker Mayfield runs a West Coast offense, and he had two deep throws that were beauties this weekend. I can't tell you the last time I've seen Mac Jones even attempt that, nor whenever he's actually attempted that, has it gone well for the offense. And at some point, they're going to run up on a defense that's going to go, yeah, you know what? We can actually do this. Like, we can actually manage this. Anarchy Biz, thank you so much for the follow. Circle Bong, thanks so much for the follow. Is he midseason rookie of the year? Oh, it's got to be Chase for me. It's got to be Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase didn't have a great game this weekend. I still think Jamar Chase has to be rookie of the year at this point, especially on the offense. It's because if you're talking about overall, you got to bring Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs, like you got to Micah Parsons into the conversation too. So Chase locked it up against like that game against the Ravens was bananas. So again, good for him. But good for Mac Jones for being able to do what they're asking him to do. But there's nothing about that game that about his play so far that makes me scream, hey, this is a really good quarterback. He's been good enough, but sure. How in the world do you take the Panthers +3 when Darnold has a 1-9 TD interception ratio versus Bill Belichick? So that's the funny thing, Jammer. I actually only learned of that stat after the game. I wish somebody had told me that after the game. I was really kind of I'm disappointed in myself, Jammer. I'm more disappointed in myself than you ever could be for wanting to take the Panthers in that game. I thought the Panthers were decent enough to be able to maintain with a Pats team that I didn't think was very good. Problem is they're a little bit better than I thought they were, and I underestimated Bill Belichick against Darnold. I should have known better. Disappointed in myself. So yeah, all right, Pats Panthers. Let's see. Welcome everybody in. So for those of you that just joined us, it looks like we got a nice little flood of people in. For those of you that just joined us, thanks for coming in. My name is Joe. I am NFLosophy on Twitch and on Twitter. I used to work for a team for a little bit, and now I stream on Twitter and we talk about football. We go through all the games every week in our weekly recap show on Tuesday. On Thursday, we do our preview show, and then on Sunday, we do our pregame show where we break down the specific matchups of every single game. This week was quite interesting. Very, very weird week where the NFL basically said this is the week where, the whole thing of NFL on any given Sunday, any team can beat another one. This was that week. Every team that could beat another one that shouldn't beat another one actually beat that team. The Pats deserve to beat the Panthers and probably are overall the better team. If the Panthers have a better quarterback, I feel like they actually could be a good team. Problem is they've been so committed to Sam Darnold that they're just ugh. So we'll see how that goes in the future. All right, Vikes Ravens. Austin, this is your game. What a game. Roosta, been following you on Twitter for years. Love this. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. This has been so much fun, you guys. Theron, thanks so much for the follow. Like, this has been fun for me. I was super, super nervous about starting streaming, and the response has just been great. So I appreciate you guys so much. Like, this is an absolute blast for me to be able to do this, because this is I joined Twitter to be able to have a conversation about football, because whenever I left the Bucks, I desperately missed the conversation that I had with players and coaches and staff and about football. And it wasn't just like the talking heads on the TV talking all the crap that they do. And, how does like Mac Jones is one of the best. The whole PFF like that Mac Jones has been the best quarterback over the last highest graded quarterback over the last 5 weeks or three since week 5. I okay. I mean, he had one good game in there, and then the rest of it, he hasn't thrown the ball past 10 yards the entire time. So their grading of the quarterback position leaves a lot to be desired simply because they're like, who doesn't put the ball in harm's way? That's if you're not putting the ball in harm's way, that's a good quarterback. So got to work on your talking head takes. Dude, I honestly I thought the Mac Jones and Tua comparison earlier was going to be a talking head take, like that people were going to get pissed off about. And it seems like everybody in my mentions were like, "Oh yeah, I kind of see that. I kind of see that. It's not so bad." And it's not like I'm saying like Mac Jones is exactly Tua. I'm just saying there's not enough of a difference between the two for you to tell me Mac Jones is good and Tua isn't, because they're kind of doing the same thing right now. Mac Jones is playing a little bit better, sure, but he ain't playing that much better. So again, nuance. I mean, that's the thing about nuance, right? Um, so yeah, so Vikes Ravens. So this game played out pretty much exactly what we thought. Austin, I don't recall if you were there on the Sunday show, but basically we said, hey, Vikes are going to run the ball, Ravens are going to blitz. Shocker, right? The two things that both of those teams do. Um, the question is can Kirk Cousins stay out of trouble when the blitz comes, because he is going to be under pressure? How well can the Vikings run the ball against this hard hitting analysis, right? Like, you know, to win the game, you got to score more points, right? Um, but we said this was going to be a challenge for Lamar and this offense specifically, because the Vikings are very good in the pass game, specifically at cornerback. They can get some pressure. Mike Zimmer is going to be able to attack those protections. It was always going to be a closer game than 7 points, in my opinion. And it ends up going into overtime, which perfectly proves it. Vikes led most of the way, all the way up until the end when the Ravens went up by a field goal towards the end, right? A field goal or a touchdown? I can't remember now. But Ravens went up. Vikings march back down the field, score to tie it up, send it into overtime. Goes into overtime. By the way, that Anthony Barr interception is absolutely insane in overtime. That was one of the most athletic plays I've seen by a linebacker. I've always loved Anthony Barr, but that particular play shows you how, if you haven't seen it, go go Google Anthony Barr interception. I mean, this dude like reaches back and like dives backwards to like tip the ball up, and then somehow still comes down. It's bananas. There's nobody that should have that amount of ball control or body control, especially at that size. Um, it's insane. Yeah. Austin, I went to school with Anthony Barr. I love that dude. Hell, I played basketball against him in 8th grade and guarded him. Yeah. That dude was probably dunking all over you. 72 Jammer. It's such a ridiculous comment, and it's embarrassing to acknowledge. Tua had Waddle, Fuller, Parker, and Gesicki to throw to and doesn't do anything. Put Mac with that receiving core and he's shredding defenses. Put Mac behind that offensive line and see how he does. I mean, look, you can talk about weapons all you want, but don't act like Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry aren't good enough, because those are two very good players. Look, Jacoby Myers, not it. N'Keal Harry, not it. Like I get it. Those aren't Devontae Parker and Waddle and by the way, Fuller hasn't been there, and Gesicki. But don't act like Mac Jones doesn't have some weapons. He absolutely has a better run game, and he absolutely has a better offensive line, and he absolutely has a better offensive coordinator that actually knows what they're doing and can put him in a better position to be successful. Tua doesn't have that. Now, am I saying if you put Tua in the Pats, is he going to be as good as Mac Jones? Probably not. But he's not doing anything different in that offense than what Mac Jones is doing. He can do everything in that offense that Mac Jones is being asked to do. But if you put Mac Jones in that Miami offense, he certainly ain't the player that he is right now either. So, I mean, if you want to talk about horrible scheming, they have two offensive coordinators plus a quarterbacks coach who gets input on the play calling as well, and the worst offensive line in the NFL. Yeah. Mac Jones, when he was getting torched because his offensive line was absolute garbage in the first of the year, looked worse than what Tua looked earlier in the year. So, I mean, pick your poison. It's different situations, but again, they're both being asked to throw shorter routes, play ball control, not take shots, not turn the ball over. And Tua's been hurt. I would love to see what Tua would do if he had been in all season, because you could argue that with Tua out, or with Tua playing every single game, that defenses could have figured him out and squatted on all the out routes that they throw, that he particularly throws and that they call in Miami. And that they could have figured him out, or he could have figured it out and started saying, "Hey, you know what? Maybe instead of throwing all these out routes, I could start throwing some slants," which they do every once in a while. That first drive, watch it. If you watch a Miami game, watch how many outs that they throw on the first drive, and then the second drive they'll throw an out, and then the next play they'll throw a slant. They'll throw mirrored slants on the next one, and they'll run that flat slant, and that slant will be wide open every time. They've done it for 3 games in a row now. And they've gotten 25 plus yard plays off of it because no one expects them to go inside and not outside on those throws. So yeah, it's the problem is Tua. The difference between Mac and Tua, in my opinion, is Tua makes those stupid ass decisions at the end of the game and just throws the ball up to the other team. So that to me is where Mac separates them. Mac doesn't. Mac is more patient and more willing to not throw the ball in stupid situations. Tua, he's like, screw it, let's throw it. Right? That's the difference between Mac. But for now, they ain't throwing that much different of an offense. So I mean, look, again, you can say it's a ridiculous comment, but at the same time, like when you get into the nuance of it, and go look at their stats, by the way, their average net yards attempt ain't that far off, less than half a yard off. So Mac ain't pushing the ball down the field. Neither is Tua. Tua's turning it over. I think he has 5 interceptions. I think Mac has 7, but Tua has it in half as many games. So he's probably going to turn the ball over a little bit more, which is exactly what I just said. So like I'm looking at these guys and going, yeah, they're not the same, but they're close enough that you can't say Mac is good and Tua is not. So that's kind of my thing, is everybody wants to jump on the Mac bandwagon and wants to jump on the hating on Tua, which, by the way, I don't think Tua is it. I've been the biggest detractor of Tua, and I think Miami needs to move on sooner rather than later, to be able to free themselves of that situation and not tank his trade value before they show too much of what he really is. So it's not like I'm on the Tua train by any means. I think I've seen him throw a 7-yard slant for a TD about 18 times in the last 2 years. That's yeah, outs and slants, man. That's what he's got to wind up. He's got to put all 5'10" of him into that throw. I don't actually know how tall he is, but he's got to put everything he's got into that throw to be able to get it 15 yards. All right, Vikes Ravens. Sorry, we got distracted. Vikes Ravens. So again, super close game. I want to talk about this game in particular. So Ravens rally from 13 points down in the third quarter. They end up winning 34-31. Once again, Vikings continue to play their competition, and they continue to lose games, especially close games against good teams. So while most teams say we're going to force Lamar to stay in the pocket, the Vikings said, hey, we're going to stay in too high man, and we're going to try to pass rush Lamar. And that's a bad decision because he ends up running for 120 yards on 21 attempts. Freeman and Bell added another 127 yards on the ground. Thielen only goes for 2 catches for 6 yards, and he wasn't even going up against Humphrey in the game. Averett did get burned on the big play to Jefferson. So that was one where they identified where Humphrey was and went after the other guy. And the big touchdown, the big throw by Cousins to Jefferson when Jefferson got behind the defense was on Averett. I've talked about how Cousins has played well and has been accurate in the short to intermediate in the past, but at the end of the day, like, he just can't get it done whenever it comes down to game time. He got the ball in OT with a chance to win it and couldn't do anything. The Ravens blitzed just like we thought they would. Vikings O-line isn't good enough, but they have to be prepared for that, man. Like, that's the thing that we talked about with Cincinnati. Cincinnati beat Baltimore because they were prepared for that blitz. They knew Wink Martindale was going to bring everything that he had at Joe Burrow and that bad Bengals offensive line. So they left a running back and a tight end in the backfield surrounding Burrow to help catch that leaky offensive line when those guys got through, when those extra blitzers came. Minnesota acted like they had no idea that they were going to blitz. And that's just horrible offensive game planning. Horrible. So I was surprised by that. And it's funny because they're kind of built like the Bengals, the Vikings are. They're solid enough at quarterback, bad offensive line, enough weapons to do some work. The Bengals came in prepared. The Vikings different. It didn't. That's the difference. And it's hard to match up against the Ravens every week, right? Like we talk about this, like they're going to flip their defensive game plan every week. Not really, you don't really know what you're going to get week to week with what Baltimore wants to do. They may blitz heavily one week. They may not blitz as much the next week. They'll mix up a little bit of man and zone. They like to play mostly man, but they'll mix up some zone in there as well. The problem is Cousins has one play of 50 yards. Outside of that one play, Cousins is 16 for 27 for 137 yards. That's just not going to get it done against Lamar in this offense. Dalvin Cook rushed for 110 yards on 17 rushes. That's really the only saving grace of the Vikings in this game. And their defense were able to create. They were lucky that Lamar was off this game. Lamar wasn't particularly accurate in this game. This was not Lamar's best game in terms of passing. He missed a few open receivers, threw some balls in the dirt. Like he did not look great throwing the football. Austin, it's crazy that 5 NFL teams got high level quarterbacks and they're all relatively happy with in the draft. The rookies haven't been terrific, and there are still so many QB teams that, QB is always going to be a problem, right? Like when you need to play at such a high level, it's going to be hard to find 32 guys that can play at the level that you want them to play at in a game like this. Just talked about Panthers, Dolphins, and Vikings in the last 5 minutes. That's scratching the surface. Yeah. Yep. That's exactly it. QB play is tough, man. Let's see. Oh, so it's funny because Dalvin rushed 17 times for 110, right? He cranked off a 166-yard run. That means he went 16 for 44 on the rest of his runs. That's not very efficient. Can't sustain an offense like that. The Ravens held the ball for 46 minutes in a 70-minute game. Like, that's impressive. The Ravens holding the ball that long puts the Vikings defense out there. The Vikings are, let's be real, the Vikings are a 500 team. They can hang around with good teams. They let bad teams hang around with them and potentially beat them too. This just isn't a team that can get it done because they can't seem to put it all together at the same time in the same game. One game the defense will play really well, one game the offense will play really well. They can't really figure out how to play the defense to make it complement what the offense does on a week-to-week basis. Again, we talk about this all the time, right? Of you have to play complementary in all phases of the game, and the Vikings just aren't there yet. Their offense, it's funny because their offense is good, but so is their defense, but they're not good. Like neither one of those teams are parts of that team are playing very well at the same time. They could beat some good teams if they were all on the same page, but they're just not. The Vikings are the Jeff Fisher of NFL teams. I mean, look, if we look at it from a logical point of view, right? Like why do the Vikings play close games? Because we talked about it before this game. Like they play every game close. They've only finished only one game has been outside of 7 points this season. I think that was like week 1. Or no, not week 1. Early on in the season, week 2 maybe. And I forget who it was. But if you think about this, the only time that the Vikings are able to pull away from teams is when the run game is working so well that they get ahead and they end up pulling away because of the run game. The problem with the Vikings is they play super situational football. Now, there's situational football, and then there's understanding that you're not in the situational football territory yet. So think about it like this way. A football game is broken up into 4 quarters, but really it's broken up into into a few more phases of that in terms of game management. So first quarter, typically both teams come out, run their scripts on offense. You're figuring out what the other team is doing. You're implementing your game plan and figuring out how the other team is going to play against the things that you want to do. And you kind of figure out how your guys are going to play on that. You get into the late first quarter, early second quarter, and you start to say, okay, we got to we got to test some things, we got to make some adjustments, and you're trying to figure that thing out. And then as you get into the late part of the second quarter, now all of a sudden you're starting to manage to the 2-minute warning and to those last 4 minutes of that second quarter, because those last 4 minutes, depending on whether you're getting the ball after halftime or the other team is getting the ball after halftime, become very, very, very important into how you manage that. You don't want to give the other team 2 shots at it, right? If they're getting the ball after halftime, you cannot let them have the ball as the last possession before the half. And you need to make sure that if you are getting the ball after halftime, that you're going in and trying to get that double dip in terms of hey, we deferred, we want to have the ball, we want to score before half and after half. Even if it's just a field goal here and a touchdown after, that's 2 scores. That's 10 points, right? So then it becomes into game management and time management into those last 4 to 6 minutes of that second quarter. Then you're managing into whatever the position and field position and all of that stuff, right? Then you get into the second quarter now, or into the second half. Third quarter, you come out, you implement whatever changes that you had after halftime, right? And now you're starting to look at, okay, what's the score and what's the time left? If it's a big gap, okay, now you can kind of start running the football and draining the clock. If it's not a big gap, you still need to keep your foot on the pedal. The Vikings don't look at it that way. They look at it as, it's a tight game. We need to keep it a tight game in the second. We need to take our foot off the gas because we're up by 14 points, which, oh, hey, by the way, this is exactly what happened this week. We need to take our foot off the gas, try to start running the ball and start to milk the clock, because we don't want to throw the ball all over the yard, because that's not really where we're best on our offense, and we want to play ball control. Problem is they didn't really do it very well. They couldn't throw the ball. They couldn't run the ball very well or with any effectiveness. They don't play that third quarter to fourth quarter area very, very well, because they're horrible at game management, horrible at clock management, and they don't keep their foot on the gas when they need to keep their foot on the gas. It's something that I criticize coaches for every single week, of just because you're up 14 in the third quarter doesn't mean that you're going to win the game by 14 points. You need to put the game completely out of hand, then start running the ball. It happens all the time. Coaches take their foot off the gas. Coaches, they don't coach to get closer at the end of the game. And we'll talk about this with the Chargers specifically. They don't coach to get that closer field goal. They play for the long, that 50, 55 yarder, and it ends up biting them in the ass every single week. Like, you guys got to be aggressive. I will rarely criticize a coach for being overly aggressive in play calling or in game management, because right now the standard is too conservative. We need more coaches to go for stuff like that. And the Vikings aren't there. The Vikings are super conservative of how they manage the game, manage their play calling and their team and their offense from the start of the second quarter on, because they should have ran away with this game from the Ravens and put this game in a way that would have forced Lamar to throw the ball instead of pass. And they could have just played contain on Lamar and would have been okay, because they should have been good enough to guard their wide receiver. So they're going to continue to do this because they're built as a team and as a coaching staff that's going to continue to play close games unless they can run on somebody. If they can run the daylights out of the football, then it's a little bit different, because they're able to run the ball and still score points while their secondary is good enough to be able to stop other teams from passing and catching up. Problem is they never get far enough away and then start playing that way on defense, and they can't continuously score points with the running game yet, because the offensive line isn't good enough. Dalvin Cook, fantastic. Alex Madison, fantastic. Just all together, not that much, not that great. So there's a logical reason as to why all that's happened. We talked about Lamar just was not all that accurate, but he found a way to win, man. And that's impressive. The run game definitely got it done for the Ravens. And that's the thing, right? Is like, we can talk about Lamar being able to pass and Lamar being able to run and act like they're two separate things. But it's very hard to stop this two-headed monster that is Lamar Jackson. Like people are like, well, if he couldn't run the ball, he wouldn't be a very good quarterback. And I'm like, well, it's like saying, if you cut off one of your legs, you wouldn't be able to run, right? Like it's just not the case. It's not the way it works. They're both there. You have to account for both, and it makes him a better quarterback overall. You can't just single out one part of it and say, well, if the best part of his game wasn't there, then the other part wouldn't be as good. Because I mean, it's kind of like saying like if Aaron Rodgers didn't have as big of an arm, then he wouldn't be as good of a quarterback. Well, yeah, but he does have a cannon for an arm. So he would still probably be a pretty good quarterback, but he wouldn't be as good of a quarterback. So anyways, it's just really hard to stop both elements of Lamar's game at the same time. And the Ravens are going to be hard to beat, man. It's just they're such a weird matchup every week for different teams. It makes them hard to predict on a week to week basis. And I haven't looked at their schedule going forward, but AFC North is tight. AFC North is tight, especially after this weekend. So let's see. 2 weeks, I think 2 weeks ago, the Bengals were number one in the AFC North, and then the Browns were last in the AFC North. And now after this week, I think the Browns are first and the Bengals are second, or Bengals are last. Just flipped the entire division basically. They basically just play the AFC North repeatedly for the rest of the season. That's painful. I wouldn't say they're the best teams out there, but that's pretty painful. Because I mean those aren't easy games. They play pretty physical against each other, and it's the part of the season where you need to play more physical because as it gets colder, the softer you are, the more it's going to show through. So that's a perfect segue into Browns Bengals because this is a game where we on Sunday said, hey, this is a bad matchup for the Bengals. Like the Browns coming into this game are, whether OBJ's there or not, doesn't really matter. The Browns are going to be able to do what they want to do in this game. They're going to be able to run the football because their offensive line is going to be able to beat up on the defensive line of the Bengals. They're going to be able to pass protect so they can run that play action, take some deep shots off of that run game, and they're going to be able to attack a secondary for the Bengals that just really isn't that good. Like they've played well in certain games, but they're not that good. They've been saved by DJ Reader and that front line a little bit here and there. The Bengals have, and that defense has, but they play a pretty standard game. And we said it, Zach Taylor's not going to come in prepared for this game. He's not going to have an answer for Myles Garrett. He's not going to have an answer for this defensive line. And he thinks, Zach Taylor still thinks that offensive line of the Bengals is good. It is clear as day that he thinks that offensive line is actually still kind of good. And it is not. And he basically puts Joe Burrow out there to be able to manage that without much protection in the game. There was one, I think it was fourth down later in the game, where Joe Burrow drops back. And normally we talk about subtle pocket movement, right? So you watch Tom Brady and he'll feel a guy coming and he'll just do this, right? Like just dip a shoulder and the guy just kind of flies right by. And those are subtle pocket movements, just movement of the shoulders, maybe a little step forward or back or up in the pocket, something like that. There's one play, and I think it's on 4th and 12, maybe later in the game. Burrow has to jump back out away from the line of scrimmage, back away from, if I remember correctly, back away from like towards his backside, and then forward again to dodge 3 different rushers. It's amazing to see. It's amazing to see because it's not like it's like one little like just like a little step here and there. Like it's a full on like hop 2 feet, hop 2 feet, hop 2 feet. Like it's one of those. It looks like one of those drills where they make them do it in practice, and you're like, that's never gonna happen. Fucking Burrow did it. It was super impressive to watch him do that late in the game. I'm sure there's highlights somewhere that show it, but because it was a 4th down play. But for him to have to do that to be successful is insane. It's absolutely insane. and Zach Taylor continues to put him in that position. So this is something that this was a game that we saw coming. Cleveland, honestly, Cleveland is a better team than the Bengals. If we're just being real about it, Cleveland is better than the Bengals are. The Bengals have some fun stuff that they do, some fun players to watch, but whenever it comes down to it, they're not good at the core of what they need to be to beat good teams, which is offensive line and defensive line. They're just not good enough. And love watching Jamar Chase. I fully support that they took him over Penei Sewell at this point. I totally get it now. Like, he's going to be fun, and this Burrow Chase matchup is going to be awesome to watch for the next 10, 12 years. But they still need offensive line, man, and they need defensive line too. They're just not tough enough up front to be able to beat good teams. And when they've come up against teams like the Bengals or against the Browns, they're going to end up doing this. And then the Browns basically got to come in and do what they want. Run the ball, take deep shots on top. And when you add that deep passing game on top of that timing game that the Browns typically do, it's lights out from there. Like this was one of Baker's best games, by the way. Probably his best game of the year, in my opinion. It was lights out. Once he hit Donovan Peoples-Jones, once he hit DPJ on that deep post, all over from there. Because you could tell that there was just no way that they were going to be able to stop this offense. And it's funny because I think that's something that we should talk about. We talked about a little bit about the OBJ situation, right? There are different offenses in the NFL. Bucks are a deep threat offense, like to run a lot of verticals, a lot of isolation routes, stretch field, win one-on-one whenever they get in those situations, and they can do so because they got the weapons to do so. Greatest quarterback to ever do it. They can hit those deep throws. The Packers are a ball control offense. Throw a ton of screens, ton of little out routes, little swings and stuff like that. Use the pass game as part of the run game, ball control, those type of things. Patriots run a sight adjustment offense where the wide receivers read the defense and then adjust their routes accordingly while they're running their routes. Like out in the middle of their routes, they'll see corner now has outside leverage. I need to go inside. Or inside leverage, I now need to make this an out. Like, it's completely opposite routes based on what they read of the defense. Takes very smart, very quick players. You see that. Julian Edelman, Danny Amendola, Wes Welker, those type of guys do really, really well. And then they always want that big deep threat too. And tight end works really well there because they sight adjust off the safeties. And that's the first thing the quarterback reads, right? So if you're a tight end and you're running a seam, and that safety all of a sudden moves over in front of you, now all of a sudden that seam becomes a post across the face. And it's really hard for defenses to adjust as quickly as offenses do. Because when that tight end, whether it's Gronkowski or Jonnu Smith or Hunter Henry, when he runs that post across the face of the safety, now all of a sudden quarterback's got a free lane to be able to throw that ball. And that's really hard to do. That's their sight adjustment offense. Then there's the Titans ground game offense, power run, like zone run, but they'll run some power with it and they're going to run some misdirection, but everything goes through the ground game. And then there's the Browns offense, which is kind of a ground game offense, but the passing game is rhythm and timing. And it's very West Coast oriented. And the wide receivers have to be super precise about their routes, both in timing and in depth and spots. And it's very indicative of what Bill Walsh wanted out of the West Coast offense. When that quarterback hits the top of his 3-step drop, ball is out. And he needs to know where he's going with it, because as he's going through his 3-step drop, he's already gone 1, 2, 3, and he knows where he's going with the football. And it has to be super, super precise. Now, this is where the whole OBJ thing comes in, because OBJ likes to go, hey, I'm going to run my route and I'm going to run this slant the way I'm told to. But if that linebacker drifts into my lane, I'm going to drift upfield and create some space, which logically makes sense. But that's not what the offense wants him to do. The offense says if he's standing on your spot, you run through him. If that linebacker is standing where you're supposed to be, you need to run through him. And the reason for that is because his route may be spacing for another route that's behind him. And they need him to be on that spot because all the other routes of that particular concept are built around where he's supposed to be. And if he's not at that exact spot at the right time, Baker's not going to throw it to him. Hey, you're not there, can't throw it to you. And you probably blown up another route because your spacing is off there. So now Baker's got to go overcorrect somewhere else. And that's one of the reasons, maybe not all the reasons, right? That OBJ didn't get the ball as much as he should have. And then the other thing is and this is where I kind of have some qualms about the way Stefanski planned this and the way the offense is written and coached is OBJ goes and runs his slant route and maybe he's third in the progression. And so Baker ends up throwing the slant flat on the other side, even though the read would mean that OBJ is probably going to be wide open across the middle. It's very strict about what he's supposed to do. There's not a whole lot of things that Baker's supposed to do at the line of scrimmage that change up what that offense is going to be. Do as the offense is scheduled to do it. And so that's where I have a problem, because for me, if you trust your quarterback, if you see that linebacker is coming in that slot and you're going to have a wide open OBJ coming across out of a slant out of the slot, throw that. Don't stick to what you're supposed to. And he comes off of it sometimes, but he would never come off of it for OBJ for whatever reason. So I kind of disagree with how they use OBJ. OBJ should be your third receiver, in a progression that often, for example. So I'm excited to see OBJ go somewhere else. Look, he's not, what you would expect out of a guy that you watched in New York and was pretty amazing. There's going to be some trail off in terms of talent and effectiveness and probably productivity. But if he does get in the right offense, he could be a lot of fun. So this is one of those situations where a divorce is good for both parents. The Browns it's hard to argue that the Browns are not better without OBJ, because every time OBJ is in the lineup, the offense is worse. Because basically, whenever you're taking a guy out of the rotation of those wide receivers and out of the progression, because Baker either doesn't want to throw it to him or because OBJ's running not necessarily the wrong route, but not the route he's supposed to be running as cleanly as he should and on time, you're basically eliminating a whole step in the progression. And that makes it a little bit harder for a quarterback and for an offense to be successful. So I would love to see OBJ go to an offense like the Patriots where he's able to side adjust. The Chiefs would be fun because they do a lot of that stuff. Packers, yeah, the Packers would be fun too. I would prefer him stay in the AFC, but I don't know, man. That's going to be a fun one to watch to see where he goes. All right, we talked about Bengals came in unprepared. They weren't prepared for pressure, didn't have a good plan for Myles Garrett. Browns were able to contain Jamar Chase. So Browns like to play a good amount of zone. And that was going to be a good thing for them going up against a guy like Jamar Chase. They weren't going to have to expend a ton of resources to be able to contain him. They were just going to be able to do it through what they typically like to do as a defense. Again, they basically get to do what it is that they want to do, and they're going to be okay. That's a good matchup for them. Denzel Ward with the pick six early on. That was beautiful. Just undercut the out route. I think every there was like 4 or 5 pick sixes this week. Every single one of them was on an out route. I think Ryan Tannehill was picked because he threw inside on an out route. Burrow was picked because he threw inside on an out route. What was the other one? There was another one. There was I think Darnold was picked on an out route. I think there was one more that I'm forgetting. But anyways, happened a lot this week. So out routes, great whenever you hit them. Great little things. Stafford burst Byard. Yep, that's the other one. Hodzi, welcome in. Thanks, appreciate that. So yeah, like very good route whenever you can hit it, but you got to be precise on those, or else it can turn into a pick six. So, is it really worth the risk reward of throwing a ton of those? That's up to the offenses, I guess. So yeah, look for Cleveland. Cleveland's healthy. in getting healthier. So, offensive line's getting healthy, defensive line's getting healthy. I think their secondary is getting healthy as well. And I think it's going to show up. And I think this is going to come back to the team that we thought that they could be early on in the season when they were playing good teams very, very closely, even though they might have been losing to a couple of them. So look for the Browns. I'm gonna take a peek at their schedule real quick. But yeah, fully expect the Browns to come back around and end up playing pretty well over their next few games. Let's see. Were they 5-4, third in the AFC North? No, first in the AFC North. Um, they got the Patriots this week. That's gonna be fun. Patriots, Detroit, Baltimore, bye week, Baltimore. They basically get Baltimore back to back, with a bye week in between. So interesting next few weeks for them, for sure. All right, that's Browns Bengals. We're almost at 9 o'clock already, and we're only about halfway through. All right, we got to speed through these. Bills Jacks. This is a good one to speed through. Weird ass game. I remember the question. I remember somebody posed the question on Twitter before: is Urban Meyer going to get a win in the NFL? And this was after his whole bar incident and the lady who wasn't his wife at the bar. It was immediately after that incident. Is Urban Meyer going to get a win in the NFL? And I remember thinking that's really just a question about whether he's going to get fired early enough or not. Because the reality is that every team will likely get a win within the season, and it was just long enough. It could Urban last long enough to get a win. And here we are. And Urban Meyer now has 2 wins. He has one win in another country, and he has 1 win in the U.S. Josh Allen was better than Josh Allen game. Yes, the lady. Yeah, the lady. I just remember there was a story. I remember reading a story that she said that moment ruined her life, and that people were heckling her, and it was potential that she could even get fired at her job that she worked at, like a few blocks from the bar or something like that. Like, I'm like, first of all, I don't really know why that would get somebody that wasn't in a high profile position fired. But yeah, the lady, that was what they called her, because they didn't want to out her and out her name, even though they talked to her grandma or mom or something like that in the story. Um, Anyways, Urban Meyer now has 2 wins. Josh Allen had a good game. Josh Allen did not. Josh Allen sacked Josh Allen, intercepted Josh Allen, and recovered a Josh Allen fumble. The fun thing is that Josh Allen is also having a solid season, and he's also continuing to progress. And this is Josh Allen from Kentucky. I didn't think Josh Allen was worth a top 10 pick, even though even though I watch a lot of Kentucky football. I didn't think he was worth a top 10 pick. I thought he was going to be a good player. I do think that he's starting to grow past the player that I thought he would be in the NFL, and into what many others thought that Josh Allen would be. He just didn't do it immediately, which is kind of on par for him, right? Because he came into Kentucky and he didn't really bloom until like his senior season, and then he looked damn good in his senior season and was a dominant player. And he was dominant in multiple ways. So for him to come in and be a little bit of a slow learner but eventually get to where we thought that he could be, and probably even beyond, pretty on par, pretty on schedule for him. Are you, your wife, excited for your Florida head coach Dan Mullen to rejoin Urban at the Jags next year as their head coach? Oh my God. I'm gonna tell my wife that you said. So my wife is the Florida fan, Florida grad. I'm the Kentucky guy. Yeah, that's if oof. Maybe they should just switch positions. Just say, hey Dan, you're better off as something in the NFL where you don't have to worry about kids. Just go in and strategize. Um, you know, manage some personalities. I don't know. Mullen still wouldn't be very good in the NFL either. I don't think so. Yeah, that's a wicked situation. So yeah, overall, Jacksonville sacked Josh Allen. Bills Josh Allen 4 times, stopped the run pretty well. Defensive line played pretty well. Defensive line basically won the game for him. Bills' O-line wasn't as good as they had been, and honestly, that's what dictated the game, right? So neither team could get very much going on offense. The 3 turnovers that quarterback Josh Allen had basically set Jacksonville up for field goals that ended up winning, right? So Jacksonville only had 1 turnover. And by the way, let's be honest, Jacksonville should have had a TD in this game. Trevor Lawrence gets hurt, injures his ankle, he's fine. CJ Beathard comes in, has 2 throws, 3 throws. One is like the little like teardrop in the hole between cover 2, which how that pass is completed between a safety and a corner in a teardrop in the hole of cover 2 is beyond me. But it was pretty nonetheless. It was weird because it's like the Carson Wentz. It looks like he wants to throw it on the line, but it goes straight up and then drops in. That was great. And then all of a sudden, um, he makes a 45-yard throw that is an absolute rope on a dime over 2 guys deep down the seam and nails his wide receiver in the hands in the breadbasket over his shoulder. Just an absolute dime. Probably one of the better throws of the week, if not the best throw of the week. And it should have been caught and it was dropped in the end zone. But it was gorgeous. That should have been a touchdown, which means Jacksonville probably should have won by even more. This game to me is just an example of anything can happen in any game in any week. It's hard to take a lot from this game. Like, it's not like I'm going out of this game and going, Jacksonville, they look pretty good. Buffalo, they look pretty like shit happens. And this is one of those where it's like, okay, they're gonna have some stuff to clean up, but there's nothing prophetic or major that I could take from this particular game, other than maybe Jacksonville's D line is better than I've given them credit for, and maybe there's questions along the Bills' offensive line. Maybe, but we'll see. One game they can have one bad game. Houston, Miami. We can skip through this one pretty quickly. Tua has a finger injury. Brissett ends up playing. Any highlights? Tyrod throws 3 interceptions, including one of the most embarrassing interceptions of the weekend. He's also sacked 5 times. Brissett does what Brissett does, holds on to the ball way too long, ends up doing bad things with it. Brissett also has 2 interceptions, 1 fumble, so he had 3 turnovers himself. 4 sacks of his own. The difference is really 1 Brissett TD. There was a lot more blitzing in this game than I expected. Both teams actually tried to scheme pressure up, which is kind of which is normal for Miami. They're one of the blitz heavier teams in the NFL, but it's not really normal for Houston. And for them to blitz as much as they did was really interesting. In the end, I hope you didn't watch this game. I really hope you didn't watch this. If you didn't, just don't bother. It's not worth it. This is a bad enough game where it couldn't end in a tie because someone had to lose this game. And because someone had to lose, that meant the other team had to not lose this game. And it just so happened that Miami happened to not lose this game. It was bad. It was bad. All right. We'll get through that one. We could probably get through this one pretty quickly as well. So what happened in this game between Raiders and Giants? This one was this happened the way that I was afraid that it might happen. It's going to I'm gonna have a challenge with the Raiders in my tiers later because I don't know how I feel about this. The Raiders look distracted. Specifically, Derek Carr looked distracted in this game. This is probably one of his poorer games of the season, in my opinion. Like, he threw nothing with confidence in this game. Normally, in every game before this one, I mean, he's throwing lasers all over the field. He's being aggressive. Everything was on a loop, had a little bit of arc to it. It wasn't confident, nothing. And it ends like, he ends up, this was another one actually. Hodsy, another pick 6. So Carr ended up missing inside on an out route and it ends up as a pick 6. That happened as well. And that ended up being the difference in this game. Carr just was not clean. And the weird thing is he wasn't clean and they continued to ask him to do a lot. And that compounded into 2 interceptions plus a fumble. And it was weird that they asked him to throw 46 times in a game where the Raiders were averaging nearly 6 yards per carry. Like, when you can run the ball at 6 or 7 yards a clip, don't throw the ball, or at least run it until they stop that, then start throwing the ball. I'm really disappointed in this whole game for the Raiders. The Giants didn't play well either. That's the thing, is it's not like they played well and deserved to win it. Like, Ingram's 30-yard touchdown in there early in the game, nice catch by him, went up over top of another guy. Daniel Jones played all right. They ran the ball fairly well, but the reality is they just didn't beat themselves in this game, which they play conservative enough on offense. That's how they want to win, right? Like, this is basically how the Giants want to win. Allow us to run just well enough, allow us to pass just well enough without turning the ball over too much, and we're probably going to be okay. Maybe we get lucky with a turnover, and if we win the turnover battle, we might win the game. Like, it's very low bars set by the Giants to try to be able to win games, and all of those bars they just barely cleared this week. So it's just this was I was super disappointed in this game because I really thought Vegas would be able to. Hoping Bisaccia pulled the troops together and they came out with a win, but like I said, they looked distracted. Specifically, it looked like Carr was distracted. The one thing is Deshaun Jackson is now a Raider. That's an interesting ad by them. I I muffed up. I'll admit it. I thought Brian Edwards was going to come out and was going to be the deep threat and was going to have a big game and potentially was going to be the replacement for Henry Ruggs, and it just turned out that's not the case. He had 4 targets, no catches in this particular game. I lost one of my fantasy matchups because I believed in him that much that I actually played him. Djax is you're right, Gabe. Djax is the deep threat now. That's the guy, because Zay Jones wasn't going to be that guy. And Waller's still a fantastic player. Derek Carr is still playing. I still think he's probably one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL this year. He's playing like one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL this year. It feels like every time something bad happens, and it's been happening over and over and over again, they end up looking like they're disjointed and not a very good football team. And that was this week. Still don't. I'm still not there. Like, I know the Giants have now won 4 games, 3 games maybe. What are the Giants? The Giants are. The Giants have won 3 games. Still not a good football team. Not even close. Not even close. Todd, I'm surprised Edwards isn't produced. Yeah, that's the weird thing, man. Like, he shows up. He's shown up in the fourth quarter a few times this season, and an OT against the Dolphins, I think it was. Outside of that, he's just non-existent for that offense. They don't have a clear plan for him. It's just he comes in and then all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, maybe we should call something for this guy. And then he looks amazing whenever they do, and then they don't do it until the fourth quarter of the next game. And I thought that's what was going to happen this game, and then it just never came to fruition. So just weird. I just hope that things don't start to fall apart for the Raiders. I'm rooting for them specifically because I know a bunch of guys on that staff, and I really hope the Raiders end up showing something. And that's a really tough division to do it in, the AFC West too. And that's a great lead in because the Chargers end up beating the Eagles. This was one of the weirder lines of the week for me. I went into this game going, how on earth? First of all, how on earth are the Chargers only a 2-point favorite? And then it turned out that the line moved to being a pick'em game. So not only did Vegas put the line below where I thought it should be, but the public then put so much money on the Eagles that it moved towards the Eagles even further. So this to me felt like an easy game to pick, and it ended up turning out being a lot closer than what I thought, but pretty much for the reasons that I thought that it might be, right? So the Chargers tend to invite the run. The Eagles have decided over the last couple of weeks that they want to be a running football team. Now, it was a couple of weeks, and it felt like something that they had been like, okay, let's give it a shot, but it didn't feel like something that they were going to stick to. That was not the case. They came into this game, and that was my question was, are they actually going to continue to run the ball? If they do, they got a shot. If not, which I didn't have any faith in Nick Sirianni to do, but if they do run the ball, they've got a shot to win this game. Eagles end up running it 39 times. They only drop back 17 times for Hurts, which is insane. I'm super impressed with their commitment to the run game in this game. Eagles pass game is pretty horrible at this point. Devontae Smith has a great game. I think Jalen Hurts was what, 12 of 17, something like that. Most of that going to Devontae Smith, who had what, 100 yards? I think it was 109 yards, something like that. But they've now flipped the script on their offense, which is very, very smart. The Eagles can't pass the ball very well, and they can't stop the pass. So that means the running game will help both the offense and the defense going forward. Herbert only throws 6 interceptions, or throws 6 incompletions. Sorry, 6 interceptions. That would have been way different. Herbert only throws 6 incompletions on 38 pass attempts, and that's a continuing thing against this Eagles defense. They've allowed fewer incompletions than pretty much any team in the history of the NFL. I think there was a 5-week stretch where they allowed like 30 incompletions all in total out of 200 passes. Like, it's an insane. What was the stat I read today? They've allowed 80% completion. They've allowed an 80% completion rate in 5 games already this season. That ties the record for most in a season. And we're in week 9. Halfway through the season, they've already tied the record for amount of 80% completion rate games by their defense. It's not good. Austin, my Eagles buddy, thinks Jonathan Gannon should be fired. I'll never root for anybody to be fired, but something's got to happen. This is the most vanilla defense I think I've ever seen. They don't run stunts or games up front. They pretty much they show you what they're going to show you pre-snap, and then they don't change. They don't rotate out of that. If you see too high, you know you're getting too high. If you see motion, if you use motion and they show you man, it's going to be man. Like, pre-snap what you're getting post-snap. That makes it way easier for a quarterback to be able to complete whatever it is he wants to complete. If he knows exactly what he's got, he knows exactly where he needs to go with the ball. He doesn't have to read multiple parts of the defense to then get to his progression. He can just go straight to his progression. Up too high. Okay. Well, going to be this guy, then that guy, or this guy, that guy, then that guy. We'll see who wins on that. Like, it's bad. They don't do a ton of blitzing. They don't mix it up. They don't there's no disguises. There's no nothing. I don't understand how this is like playing your 5-year-old like at Madden, and he just chooses a play and it shows you what the play, and like he's hitting R2. Like, how like in Madden, whenever you're like, what was the old thing that the quarterback used to be able to do? Like the good quarterbacks like Brady and Peyton, where you could be like, see what the defense is running, and like you hit enough passes and it like built up your meter or whatever, and you'd be like R2, and it shows you what the defense is running. Everybody has R2 against the defense. They get to see exactly what the Eagles are running on every single play. Like, that's how it is. And you're like, oh, okay, I know exactly where I need to throw the ball right here. And they're doing it. And they're they don't have to be able to throw it deep downfield, because if they can get 8, 10, 12, 15 yards of completion, move the ball down the field in 10 plays and score, who cares? Like, it's bad. It is bad. Sirianni was better in this game than I thought he would be on offense, but Gannon's got to figure it out, man. Omaha trait is what they call it on Madden. That's funny. It's funny that they call it Omaha. But yeah, most of the people say I could do better than X coach, and I dismiss them. I legitimately think I could scheme up something better than Gannon. Look, bro, I'm telling you, it feels like he's playing Madden. Were you surprised Fletcher Cox wasn't traded at the trade deadline? I know I'm late asking. No, I wasn't. Look, man, the Eagles are never. I've never known the Eagles to feel like they're completely out of it. And honestly, in the NFC East, like, they still have a shot at second in the division. And they tend to think the Eagles don't often rethink what they're doing. They're one of the teams that are like, hey, Analytics says this. We need to do this. Analytics says we need to throw 40 times a game. We need to throw Jalen Hurts 40 times a game. And then they sit there and they go, oh, well, if our offensive line was healthy, we would be there. Oh, well, if our receivers weren't getting pushed around. Problem is you drafted receivers that are 5'9" and 180 pounds. They're going to get pushed around. Like, they just don't rethink a lot of the things that they're doing, and that's something that they've got to get better at. So Herbert only throws 6 incompletions on 38 passes. The other thing about this, the Eagles had 0 passes defensed. In other words, a single cornerback never touched the ball when it was in play. Like, you can't have a quarterback throw it almost 40 times and not actually get a finger on. That's impressive. That's very impressive. It's just horrible pass defense. Keenan Allen and the ever ongoing battle of who's going to get the ball, him or Big Mike. He gets the win this week. 12 catches, 104 yards. The TDs end up going to the tight ends, Parham and Anderson. The Chargers love using tight ends inside the red zone and inside the 10, something that it kind of sucks because Keenan Allen and Big Mike can rack them up, and then all of a sudden it's Cook and Parham are end up getting touchdowns in the that probably are deserved for Allen and Williams. But the one thing I want to call out about this game, and I saw this and I mentioned on Twitter, is there's a late game decision by Brandon Staley that I haven't seen mentioned anywhere. And I'm surprised that it's not. I'm not that surprised that it's not being talked about because it worked. And so everybody's like, nobody really cares. If it didn't work, people would be crucifying Brandon Staley for this one. Look, he goes for it on 4th down all the time. We know that. Like, he just continues to pound that and win that game. It doesn't really seem to matter whether his team's playing well or not. He tends to go for it based on the number. He's playing it by the book, as they say in blackjack, right? Going by the book. In this game, it's tie ball game, right? Tie ball game, minute 45 left in the 4th quarter. 4th and 1 at the Eagles 28. So you're looking at a 45, 46-yard field goal. For any other coach in the league, tie ball game, late in the 4th quarter, 4th and 1, inside the 30. For any other coach in the league, that's a kick. 99.9% of the time, that's a kick. Unless you're in a weird situation like last week where Boswell ends up getting, a concussion and you don't have a kicker like the Steelers or something like that. But outside of that, 45, 46-yarder, that's not like, if you're kicking in the NFL, you could hit that. Everybody has that amount of leg. Like, you're at least able to kick a 50-yarder. So it's not like this is a super long field goal. But the reality is that you've got a minute 45 left. Even if you kick this field goal, there's still time on the clock left. And it's time for the other team to come back and tie it up, right? It's really interesting that he decided to go for it here. And now look, there are 4 outcomes of this one play, right? So you got kick it and get it, which puts you up by 3, but leaves plenty of time for the other team to come back. There's kick it and miss it, which it's the same as before. Kick it and miss it, which it's still a tie game, right? Like, it's not losing it. So you're not losing it, but now you've left them in good field position, and there's a lot of time on the clock. So it's even more of a chance for them to get it. Now you can go for it and miss it, which basically puts you in the same spot as the last scenario. Or you can go for it and get it, which gives you another set of downs. You can move closer into what is definitely a go-ahead field goal, and probably most likely 99% chance the game-winning field goal because you've now drained the clock. So the decision here really comes down to your chances of hitting the field goal versus the chances of getting the first down and the win percentages that those outcomes have, right? And the win percentage, if you go for it on 4th down and get it, the win percentage goes through the roof. It's such a massive difference that it makes sense for you to do so in this situation. Now, let's talk about, you guys are talking about how the only other coach who might make that choice is Cliff, but also with Prater now, not sure he would. Yeah, The time on the clock is the big piece. Exactly. That's the big thing. And that's why he ended up doing it, right? Like that's if there's 30 seconds on the clock, absolutely not. He's kicking it and saying, "You know what? We'll play defense." But I mean, it's not like this is a low scoring game, right? Like neither one of these teams were stopping the other with any, you know, any great degree of success. It's 27, it's 24-24. It's not like it's, 40-40, but it's these teams were finding success specifically in the second half. So it's really interesting that he decided to go for it. And you guys are right. It's all about the clock. But if you think back, all the other coaches that will do something about like that would make a decision on this, 99.9% of them going for hell. Bill Belichick against the Bucks and against Tom Brady, there was still what, a minute 50 left on the clock, and he decided to kick it from 56 in the rain, and on 4th and 3. Like, that's as close as I can think of to a situation like that. Let's see. Hadzi, looks like you've got the actual. Looks like you. Yeah, versus Tom Brady. That's the big. This is against Jalen Hurts, and Brandon Staley's deciding to go for it. Against Tom Brady, only way more important that you go for it and run that clock down, right? Aaron Rodgers, same situation. Got to go for it in that situation. But I think it's a great example of him going by the book and doing what it actually recommends that he does. And it's going to continue to open up smarter decisions for other teams. Unless you're Kyle Shanahan, then you just choose to not. Right. So let's see. Hadzi says, all right, LAC is 4th and 1 at the Philly 28. Recommendation strong. Right pointing backhand index to go for it. Plus 4.1 win percentage. Justin Herbert up the middle. Philly 27 for 1 yard. Right. And here's the thing is it's not a long one. It's not like a yard that's actually 2 yards. It's like inside of a yard. So that little nugget is probably pretty important as well. But getting the first down is huge there because now they're able to run it out. They move it down and they kick a 29-yard field goal or something like that, I think, to win it. So Brandon Staley does it again. He's a man after my heart. Don't kick long field goals. And when you have the opportunity, get as deep as you can in enemy territory. Stop playing for the long field goals, especially. And remember, I think another element to add here is remember that the Chargers had just signed Dustin Hopkins, 2 weeks ago? I think it was 2 weeks ago. Because Vizcaino had been horrible, missed multiple extra points. So it's not like their kicking has been terrific. So Staley decides to go for it, gets it. No one's talking about this because it ended up resulting in a game-winning field goal. And the Chargers, this is why the Chargers win close games. And why he still unabashedly continues to go for it on 4th down in positive situations. That, like, a lot of his decisions have directly resulted in W's for his team. There's at least 2 or 3 games that I can point to that they've won because of decisions like that. Now, this one probably not as much. I mean, it helps, right? It helps, but if they kick it here, and they probably make it. I mean, it's over 50% that they make it inside of 50. So they probably make it, but he just, wanted to make sure that they make it. So love that. Love that from Brandon Staley. Thrilled that somebody is looking into it that much. All right, let's see. Where else are we? All right. Packers Chiefs. So this is an interesting game, right? Where to start? Where to start with Packers and Chiefs? I think I'll start with this. Hang on. So, Austin, I've never pulled for a backup QB harder than this game. I totally understand that. Totally. I wanted to see Jordan Love to go because I like to see guys play well. and we'll talk specifically about Jordan Love in this game, because I think there's a couple things specifically that we need to call out that I haven't seen kind of in the general narrative of the public so far. The where Love's mom was sitting. Oh my God, that there's got to be a story around that, Gabe. So for anybody that didn't notice, you had to have seen it. The apparently Jordan Love's girlfriend and mom literally had the top row of the stadium in an end zone. Like, you cannot get worse seats than what they were in. And I don't know why. I don't know if they had to like scalp them, or if the Chiefs put them up there, or like what happened there. But because, by the way, so yeah, so you're right. So each team has tickets that they have reserved for friends and family. However, you would be amazed at the number of players that don't realize that they're told multiple times in preseason meetings and in training camp that like they can work through the team to get tickets for their family, for guests and stuff like that. They still have to pay for them. They're not just given to them. They still have to pay for them. But the extra tweets for the stream are great, by the way. Oh, I appreciate that, Toots. Man, I got to do a better job at prep. I realized that. I can talk about that in a second. So teams have an allotted amount of tickets that they have for players, family, friends, employees, all kinds of stuff, right? A lot of players don't realize that they have access to those, and they just go and they just buy regular seats. So I have no idea how anyone would have seats up there and wouldn't be, and that a team wouldn't be able to find other seats somewhere else. That was Kansas City allotment of seats, but Green Bay didn't give any of their nice seat. Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me, because he would have gotten that through Green Bay. In Green Bay, knowing that he was starting, their ticket person, whoever that is, would have set aside some seats for Jordan Love. So I think my favorite comment on the entire situation was Love's family was one row above where Sting was. If you haven't seen the Sting meme about him hanging out in the rafters, like that was my favorite out of the whole thing. But yeah, that was incredible. There's something weird that happened there. I'd love to hear the story behind how they got there. Maybe they like setting up there. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. It's possible. I mean, there are a lot of people, like, if you ask me if I were to be, I've spent enough games on the sidelines at this point. It's fun to be on the sidelines. Don't get me wrong. Like, the energy down there is amazing, but I love sitting up like in the booth in the media and in the media section where I can see all the players. I got yelled at in one of the media booths one time because we were up there and I was watching the game. I was up there for something, taking care of business, and I was watching the game while waiting for somebody else to get back to me on something. And I saw the alignment and what was about to happen. And it went touchdown before the ball had even been hiked. And people were like, no yelling in the press box, or no cheering in the press box. And then I remember hearing that, and then all of a sudden look back, because I looked to see who was yelling at me. And then I looked back, and sure enough, our guy had caught it and was running into the end zone. And the Bucks reporter that was standing right next to me just leans over and goes, fist bump. I was like, yeah, saw that coming from a mile away. I forget who it was. I think it was Mike Williams at the time, and I think they had singled him up on the outside with no safety help. And I was like, oh, touchdown. And then I got yelled at for cheering in the press. I was like, I wasn't cheering. I was just telling you what was going to happen. But I love sitting up high. Love sitting up high. Toots, thank you so much for the sub, brother. Appreciate you, man. You are a legend. You're an absolute legend. Thank you so much, Toots. Phi Beta, what is that? Phi Beta Kafka. Okay. Supposedly, it was the family's choice. They didn't want to big time themselves over the Packers families that were in attendance, so sat in the nosebleeds to show solidarity with the rest of the team. That's very sweet. That's very sweet. They literally couldn't have found worse seats, so they definitely didn't big time anybody. That's kind of cool. I'm interested. That's very sweet of them. I think that's cool. All right, let's talk about the actual game. So, um, I'm kind of worried about I keep telling you guys, I'm not worried about the Chiefs. I'm not worried about the Chiefs. They're gonna be fine. They're gonna be fine. I'm kind of worried about the Chiefs now. This was the game that finally did it to me. I'm specifically worried about Patrick Mahomes. Um, yeah, Toots, appreciate you so much, man. Um, I, the Chiefs averaged 3.8 yards per play, which is a big woof, right? Like that's horrible. Um, they really don't like playing the short game on offense, specifically Patrick Mahomes. And I talked about this 2 weeks ago, and I remember seeing Mitchell Schwartz. I think it was Mitchell Schwartz. Tweeted it. It was like, hey, they're gonna be fine. They're gonna play at the pace that they want to play at. They're gonna throw the underneath stuff because everybody knows they're playing too high. I've heard everybody and their mom talk about playing too high against the Chiefs at this point, right? So everybody knows that. Everybody knows what it means. The Chiefs can play that game. However, they can't seem to play that game for the entire game. And I talked about it because I think it was Toots that was like, hey, or Toots. I think it was Mitchell Schwartz that was like, hey, they can do this. They've got to be they've got to be patient. And Patrick has done a good job of throwing to the underneath stuff on the first drive. And I said, yeah, the problem is he does well for about a drive and a half, and then he starts to lose patience with it. And sure enough, I think it was the second drive, maybe the third drive, he then starts throwing bombs. He throws 3 straight 20-yard throws trying to push the ball down the field, and then they end up having to kick it on fourth down. Like it's just it's not in his being to be able to do that, right? To be able to just dump it off, dump it off, dump it off, dump it off. He wants to make a big play. It's just what's in his DNA. And they say that what's the old Navy SEAL quote? They you don't revert back, you revert back to the level of your training and to the level of your practice, not to the level of who you are. And they continue to practice and train in the way that they want to play, not the way that they're going to have to play. And he's just not there yet. I think he can still get the patience. What I don't understand about the Chiefs is they know this. They know teams are going to play them in two. And here's the funny thing is they actually run block pretty well. Like they run block pretty damn well. And they choose not to run for whatever reason. Like they can run the ball. They're just not doing it. They have zero commitment, and they need to. They just need to commit to the run. Just run the ball. You can do it. Just say, hey, this is what we're gonna do, and take away Mahomes' power. Say, hey, when we call a run, or we'll call certain plays, and we'll tell you a lock. That means you cannot audible out of this play. If we call 26 dive, lock. That means you have 26 dive. The only thing you're allowed to do is change what side it goes to. If they have numbers on this side, feel free to change it to the other side. But you're not allowed to get out of it and go to a pass. Just not allowed to happen. And see how that goes. And they don't have to do it a lot, but they can do it in certain situations where they know that Mahomes likes to try to do too much. And that's a theme, by the way, that I noticed this weekend. Quarterbacks, when they try to do too much this weekend, ended up making horrible plays. Horrible. Aside from the one weird one where Jordan Love gets twisted around 17 times and then throws like a sidearm as he's falling and ends up getting 0 yards out of a play instead of a sack. But like, what use is that in that situation? You got 0 yards instead of -5. Like, it ain't that big of a deal, dude. The risk ain't worth the reward. But any QB who tried to do too much this weekend, and on most weekends, to be honest, ended up with negative plays on their hands. And that's the thing is Mahomes. What I realized about Mahomes that we haven't talked about. We talked about balls going off of off of the hands of everybody, right? Of his receivers, his tight ends, his everybody, and a lot of those are ending up in interceptions, tip balls, balls that should have been caught, stuff like that. The thing about it is Mahomes hasn't been that accurate, and his ball placement when he has been accurate hasn't been great, right? Um, so for anybody that doesn't know, difference between accuracy and ball placement. Accuracy is the general term. Put it on the guy in the general area of where he needs to be. Ball placement is the more precise of instead of, throwing a slant, instead of throwing it high where the guy has to get it and it's still accurate because it's in front of his face, throwing it into his gut because he's got a guy hanging on the back of him, right? Like ball placement is a little bit different there. You can be accurate in both situations, but ball placement is more precise. His ball placement has been pretty terrible, as well as his accuracy has been bad in certain situations. So there was a great example. Kelsey, I think it was an over route or a cross across the middle, and he's got him open. And Kelsey's got his guy beaten by 2 steps. And instead of throwing it out in front of Kelsey, he ends up throwing it on his back hip. And Kelsey has to turn around and do this. Can't make the play. Kelsey should have made the catch, but that's just a good example of Mahomes being off. And he's been off all season. So the balls are bouncing off of guys' hands, and now they're in too high. So now you've got more traffic in the middle. Plus now you've got more guys that are behind the play, facing forward, that are able to get those tip balls that are happening in traffic, and it's turning into interceptions. And they just can't play as aggressively as they've been playing, and they've got to pull back. They have to. Teams are going to continue to do this to them, and they're going to have to win close games because they're not going to be able to. They're not going to outrun. Look, Jordan Love played so poorly in the first half. If the Chiefs were a good team, they should have been up by 3 touchdowns coming out of the half. But they weren't. They weren't because they're not very good right now. I will say the defense is getting a little bit better. Chris Jones has moved inside. Melvin and Ingram played about half the snaps, I think it was. Didn't really have an impact in the game. Daniel Sorensen has basically found the bench. I think he's getting in as like the 5th DB at times, or I'm sorry, like the 6th or 7th DB at times. He has had his playing time cut tremendously, and it's been a huge benefit for this defense. Matthew played really well the other night. Should have had a pick. It's just really, they're figuring things out, and they got to win where they should have. You're fine 49 and passing the ball. Yeah. So Gabe, you're right. So the one big TD that was given up on by Sorensen, of course. I'm interested to see how this defense continues to go because it'll be really interesting. The one thing I want to say about this game specifically, I'll get to Jordan Love in a second. I can get to some of the comments. Brady Super Bowl was Seattle versus Seattle was the best at just dumping off. I remember. Yeah. Like Brady is the perfect death by 1,000 paper cuts, as Hodsey said. Like, sure, if you want to just let me get 7 yards to Julian Edelman every single pass, so be it. Let's go. Give you that. Give me, LeGarrette Blunt or whoever it might be up the middle. Just let him run. Is that on Andy, Bieniemy, or Mahomes? As far as Austin, as far as the run calls, it's hard to say. It's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of all three because they've got to come together as the offensive leaders and say, look, we need to run the ball more. And Patrick, you can't change all of these at the line of scrimmage because I think there was against the Cowboys against the Bucks. We talked about how they only had like 12 runs or something like that. And Kellen Moore came up afterwards and said, I think they called 26 and Dak audibled out of 14 of them because of the way the looks were for the Bucks. So it was the right call at the line of scrimmage. He audibled out of a lot of runs into passes, and Patrick's got to be more careful about doing that. So yeah. Dirty Dan will now be known as Detrimental Dan. Oof. I mean, he's going to be known as sitting on the bench Dan pretty soon. KC has a bye scene soon. I think that'll help him a lot. Yeah. Andy Reid tends to find a lot of good stuff to help him in the bye. Also, Joe Barry believer? Absolutely not. Nope. Still not. I think I think Green Bay's defense played very, very well this week, but I still don't believe in Joe Barry. And James White, yeah, he was always a good one for them to have. Little swing passes, the wheel routes, all of that stuff. If I remember correctly, Mahomes had the most turnover worthy plays last year. Maybe this year's defenses are just executing with some return to mean. Yeah, so we've talked about that, Todd's a little bit. So what we've said before is Mahomes' turnover worthy plays aren't up this year. It's not that he's having more turnover worthy plays. The difference is that the luck on those turnover worthy plays has turned against him. He's having more turnover worthy plays that instead of 50% last year being turnovers are now 75% being turnovers. Part of that's going to be because of his bad ball placement. Part of it's going to be because of too high, them playing a lot more too high. Like those type of things happening. There's logical reasons behind all of that stuff happening. So yeah, so there's it's partly Mahomes, it's partly the way defenses are playing. It's a lot of things going into it. It's not just one. Give me 7 yards every play, and I'm scoring a lot of points. As long as you can be patient and don't turn the ball over, Hodsy. LaFleur is in the headset on the defense there. No other way. Yeah. Well, I got a feeling LaFleur has been a lot more involved with the defense recently. It certainly looks that way. 7 yards play is a tough night. Yeah, exactly. Especially that's why I was so surprised by the Raiders dropping 6 yards a carry and still trying to throw it 46 times. Like, what in the world? I don't get it. And it's not like they were trailing by 20 points either. Like they were in the game. Mahomes is the same guy who was in college. Yeah, Grizz, I would say he's much like the same guy that he was in college. I think Andy Reid puts him in really good positions, and they've built a good team around him to play to his strengths, which is how they've won a Super Bowl and returned to another one. But yeah, he was the concern. Patrick Mahomes was easily the most talented player in his draft class, but he was a good amount of projection as well. And the thing about him is like if we there's been a lot of comparisons to Brett Favre, right? So for him to compare to Brett Favre, the reality is Brett Favre. There's only been one Brett Favre because only one guy can live on that edge and not have the amount of turnovers, and he still had a good amount. Just Toots, exactly. Just living on the wrong side of variance. Brett Favre played really well living on the right side of variance. There's only so many people that can carry on a 20-year career and live on the right side of variance for that long, simply because they're just a little bit more talented, a little bit more savvy about it, and they can live just near the edge but not over the edge. And I think Mahomes is in a position where teams have now adjusted, and now it's up to him and his offensive coordinator and his head coach to adjust as well. So we'll see how it goes. Mahomes hasn't played well. Let's not be, let's not put this all on the coaches. Like, he's got to play better. He's got to be smarter with the football. He's got to be more precise. He's got to be more accurate. But at the same time, I do think he needs some help, and he needs a coaching staff that's going to reel him in a little bit. Grizz, his strengths can be weaknesses. Yeah. So that's the reality of it, right? Is for everybody in the history of time, your biggest strength and your biggest weakness are always tied together. And I'll give you a personal example. I'm not the most organized person. That is one of my biggest weaknesses. But I'm not that organized because I like to be semi-organized, so I'm not locked into something, so that I can make quick adjustments on the fly. In my job with the Bucks, the job is be ready to change at any given moment. And I am always ready to change because I'm never so organized that I box myself into it has to go this way. And if it doesn't go this way, I don't know what to do. I have enough of a roadmap and enough of a plan. But if it goes sideways, I'm like, hey, I got that covered too. Yep, we can immediately just turn and go that way. My biggest strength is being able to adapt on the fly and figure things out on the fly and problem solve. But I also lack organization at times because to me, if I know that I'm going to need to change, why do I need to be that? If I spend all that time getting organized, sorry, I'm just wasting time knowing it's going to change. Why would I get organized for something? Is that your prep speech too? Yeah. 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 Whoa. So my prep speech is I need to do a better job of preparing. What I've realized is that a lot of the things that I do during street, like all of my prep for this show is watching football and taking notes and figuring out what I want to talk about. But I could be a lot better about getting people in here to actually, have a conversation with if I prepare better. Because if I have, so like tonight too, it's like uh I preemptively typed up those tweets and now they're just sitting here for me to click tweet on so that I don't have to sit here and try to talk to you guys and think about what I want to tweet. I've already got them. Like they're already lined up. I just have to go into unsent tweets, click on them, click send, and boom, they're going out and they're based on everything. I can't schedule them because I don't know how the conversation's going to go. I always want to stay, like I said, I don't want to be too organized that I can't adjust to what you guys are asking, the conversations that you guys want to have. But at the same time, I do want to have something prepared so that I can send it out and try to get some more people in here because it's more fun whenever we have a conversation. So yeah, that's the prep speech. I got to do a better job about prepping beforehand because if I prep better, it makes things go smoother. Nice. Appreciate it. I'm glad it's working. All right. Let's see. And that's the thing, right? Is what I've one of the things I've also learned is that most people don't care about hearing about all 14 games. They want to hear about their game. They want to hear about their team. Browns fans want to hear about Browns. Titans fans want to hear about the Titans. Rams fans want to hear about the Rams. They don't really care about the other 31 teams. They might care about them if they play them this week or next week, but they just want to hear them. It's funny because I go and I look at a bunch of these national like writers that write for the Athletic and all of the NFL and stuff like that, and a lot of these guys don't have as many followers as the um some of the local teams have of their own following in that particular city, right? So like the Tampa Bay guys have more than say like some of the national guys in the area just because there are more people that they want to hear about that specific team. They don't really care. They don't care about the Steelers. They care about, well, everybody in Florida cares about the Steelers, Eagles, and any of the teams from the Northeast. Florida's filled with people from the Northeast. Team specific. Yes, it is. I am equally as invested in Bills Jags as I am in Vikings Ravens. I highly doubt that, Austin. Highly doubt that. I appreciate you hanging around for it though. All right. What else? What else, Pat? Oh, so Jordan Love. That's what we're gonna get to. So let me hit on Packers. Packers played a very good game on defense. I do want to call that out. They played very well. They tackled really well. I thought they played physical. Was really impressed. Rashawn Gary continues to improve, and they're figuring out how to get pressure. They were, I mean, there's not a whole lot bad that I can say about them. I thought that they did a good job. They missed a couple opportunities for turnovers that they probably should have had. Um, but yeah, I probably one of the better games that I've seen from the Vikings this year. So, um, oh, I just got that name. The Ryan Laugh, not the Ryan Leaf, but the Ryan Laugh. I am an idiot. I might need you guys to help me with names in the future. Lordy, have mercy. And I haven't even been drinking. So, that much at least. All right. So Jordan Love, this is the one thing I want to talk about beyond the Packers defense that I've been hammering on all year that actually played a good game. I'll give them their credit for this week. For me, it's easy to look at this game and go, holy cow, Jordan Love is really bad. But I think it's important to remove primacy bias here because when you watch those first couple of quarters, that first half of Jordan Love, he looked like one of the worst. He looked like Nathan Peterman out there. Looked like one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL. But there were some good Jordan Love moments sprinkled in there. However, most of them were at the end, and they weren't good enough for people to visibly go, "Oh yeah, like he got better towards the end." He did get better towards the end. He got a much better, especially with his backup against goal line. Oddly enough, when he was playing from his own goal line, that's whenever he seemed to be like, "Okay, I got to get my shit together. Let me hit this out route to Devontae Adams. Let me hit this out route on the other side. Let me throw a dime down the middle." Like that was impressive to see because that was where I saw adjustments for him. Um, I think the problem that Love had overall is that he nor LaFleur had any answer or were prepared for Steve Spagnuolo's blitzes, which I'm very surprised about because that's something that you need. when you get behind in situations, Spagnuolo brings the heat. Overload blitzes, secondary blitzes, cat blitzes off the edge, like stunts and switches. Like he's bringing everything and he's going to mix it up. And they had no idea how to identify the pressure nor what to do when it happened. And what it did is it turned into Jordan Love basically just tossing the ball up in the air somewhere in the vicinity or direction of Devontae Adams. And look, that's not the worst idea in that situation when you have no idea what else to do. But the throws were horrible and they were basically just prayers. And there weren't enough, and I said this during the game, there weren't enough in-breaking routes. In Love, and when there were, Love wasn't focused on them. Love had no idea or was unwilling to see them and to make those throws. I think he was a little bit terrified of the blitz and was so interested in getting the ball out quickly that he would rather just start backpedaling and just launch it up, and hopefully Devontae Adams comes out of it. And you could see the visible frustration on Devontae Adams because there was one where Devontae Adams had his dude beat, and with a back shoulder throw that's pretty much automatic for him and Aaron Rodgers would have been a completion if inside the 5, if not on a touchdown. There was one where he comes rolling off the sideline and he's just huffing and puffing and shaking his head. Like you could tell Devontae was kind of pissed. So I do think that Jordan Love got better towards the end. I don't think he was particularly well prepared for some of the things that were thrown at him, even though he should have. If you're not prepared for a Spagnuolo blitz, like for him to blitz at all and to bring like 6, 7, 8 guys, like they were running zero blitzes pretty heavy towards the end there. Like you got to know that's coming. It's kind of like what we talked about with the Bengals. The Bengals knew that the Ravens were going to send zero blitzes at them, and they were prepared for that. And the Packers weren't for somehow. So it just wasn't a good combo. Love was bad, got better towards the end of the game. He wasn't horrible at the end. And that's a little bit promising. So if you were to go back and watch like the fourth quarter, he still doesn't look like a good quarterback, but what he was in the fourth quarter versus the first half, like if you compare just those two things, you can see a pretty distinct difference. So that's promising, though not super promising. Pretty much everybody walks out of that game going, oof, Packers are going to have a problem if they want to walk away from Aaron Rodgers. But the Packers may feel a little bit better once they go back and watch that and say, all right, we got some things to clean up, but we think we can make some quick progress if we were to get Jordan Love some reps. So I think Rodgers is out until Friday or Saturday. Remember, he's got that 10-day quarantine, whatever. By the way, that wasn't him in San Francisco or whatever. That picture that was floating around, that's not him. I don't know. It was way off. So he wasn't, breaking quarantine or whatever. He's doing what he's supposed to do. I wouldn't try. Like, I think it's crazy that the dude lied about being vaccinated. Gaby's out till Saturday. Okay. So he's not going to get any practice in this week, but it's not like they're going to be like, oh, well, Aaron, you're not going to play because Jordan practiced all week. No. Like he's got to, if he's available to go on Sunday, they're going to put him in and he's going to start and he's going to play and probably play pretty well. So he might not play Sunday either. Just depends. Yeah. So the rule is that I think it's 10 days from your latest symptoms. The problem is that he said, what was it, last week on Friday, that he still had symptoms. He said that on the Pat McAfee show. And I thought that was stupid that he said that. Because he said that on the show and said, yeah, I've still got some symptoms, but I'm taking, ivermectin and all this other stuff and monoclonal antibodies and all the other stuff, right? He said that he was taking all the alternative therapies, but that he still had symptoms. And I was like, wait, what? You can't. That if you still have symptoms today and the game's in 9 days, you just admitted that you can't be there. So that's the thing, is the only thing that they have to do is they have to rely on Aaron Rodgers' word that he doesn't have symptoms. And there are physical symptoms that they can test for, like fever, right? Like he's going to go in and they've got to test, like they'll send somebody to test his fever to make sure that he doesn't have a fever. But, stuff like a cough you can kind of hide, or, not feeling well, he can just say, yeah, I feel fine. That's that type of stuff. So surely he needs to not test positive. You surprised they didn't get fined more? I didn't realize they got fined. I hadn't seen the fine, Austin. It's an independent doctor that has to clear him. Yeah, but the independent doctor has to rely on him to be honest with him too. Um, 300K? Yeah, that's not very much. That's peanuts. Peanuts for an NFL team. Also came out while you're alive. You know, I'm kind of disappointed that this bottom line. Um, team was 300K. Rogers was 30K. Individually fine. Rogers 14K or like 14K. Yeah, that's not that big of a deal. Um, I wish the bottom line actually, you know, unless I just haven't missed, unless I've missed it on the bottom line because I've been talking to you guys. Oh yeah, see right there, source Pack Rogers fined for COVID violations. Um, but it doesn't really say. Still peanuts on all ends. Yeah, and that was the thing is they basically said, hey, like he's not going to get suspended. Nobody's going to get suspended or anything like that. Um, he missed his last. No, so he should still get paid. Based on what I understand, Gabe, is he still gets paid. The only time that they don't get paid is if the only time players don't get paid is if a game has to get canceled. Surprised it was so low. I mean, based on the way that a lot of the folks around were saying that like, hey, it's just going to be a fine. I, and the other thing is like Cousins was doing it. The same thing that Rogers is being fined for. Like there are other unvaccinated quarterbacks that were doing the same thing. Cousins, Cousins is doing, uh, interviews in the media room without a mask on, and Carson Wentz was doing it too. Now all of a sudden you see them wearing masks in those situations. So, yeah, exactly. Now all of a sudden Cousins has a mask on. Now all of a sudden Wentz has a mask on. But Rodgers is going to be the one getting fined for it because he was the fall guy for it. He was the one that got caught. So yeah, so we'll see. I do feel like it was low. I'm not surprised that it was that low, Austin, just based on what everybody else said. Um, Surely he has to not test positive. So actually, yes, so he does have to not test positive, and hey, I think it has to be 10 days before, and then damn, I used to have these like up on my screen all the time to always reference. Has to not test positive, be asymptomatic for 10 days, and then once he does test negative, he actually doesn't have to be tested for the rest of the year or a certain period of time, which is one of the stranger rules. I mean, I get it. Like once you've had it, they say that it's harder for you to get it. So, um, it kind of makes sense. 90 days. Yeah, there you go. Which is basically end of season, right? So you've got rest of November, December, January, and then most of February. So November, December, January. So if for some reason the Packers made it to the Super Bowl, he'd need to test before the Super Bowl. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so we'll see. So Jordan Love, not good, but a little better towards the end of the game. There's some positives there. If he were to play this week, I would expect him to come out a lot more on the money than he was. I wouldn't expect him to be great, but I would expect him to come out a lot better than what he was this week, for sure. Um, who did the Packers play this week? This is where I look stupid because I've been so focused the last 2 days on the last 2 weeks instead of actually looking at next. Seattle play Seattle on Sunday, 4 o'clock, 4:25 game. Interesting. Um, yeah, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. Seattle's defense is bad. Yeah, exactly. Seattle's defense is bad. Russ Wilson's coming back. They could light up the Packers defense though. That'll be interesting to see how they go about that. I'll have to look at that game a little bit closer. LaFleur will game plan better for Love if needed this week. He took blame for that. Yeah, it seemed like there wasn't a great game plan specifically for Love. It seemed like we talked about this, right? We talked about this in the matchup show. Of that offense isn't going to change a whole lot. They're going to run pretty much same offense they've always been doing. Ball control offense, take their shots where they can get it. The issue is they didn't plan for the amount of pressure that they were going to get from Spagnuolo. And Love didn't seem to connect in his brain of, hey, you need to get the ball out quick and get it out quick to these areas. That didn't really seem to connect until later in the game. And then all of a sudden he started throwing a couple outs that were on the money, and you're like, oh, there it is. That's what you're looking for. And he threw a couple of nice balls late too, but still not very successful nor productive. So, all right, that is Packers Chiefs. Packers Chiefs. So let's do this. And let's get through. So I'm gonna have to blaze through. I think it's 10 o'clock. We're good. Cards 49ers. Time for the main event, right, Hodzi? So this one is this is interesting, right? So for me, I came into this game, and you guys remember the crowning of King Colt McCoy. All right, so first of all, I'm kind of pissed at you, chat. What's the one thing? There were two things I said I wouldn't do. I would stop doing. One, stop believing in Davis Mills, that Davis Mills was ever going to be anything that was going to be able to cover a spread. And the second thing that I would stop doing is underestimating the Cardinals. And you guys let me do it again on Sunday. And I'm really not happy about that. Like, you guys should have said, hey, dumbass, remember when you said you would stop betting against Cardinals because the Cardinals continue to roll no matter what you say and no matter what you do? Now, we did pick the 1 week before that. We didn't expect Cliff to be that good. That's actually one of the things is somebody said Cliff's got to fall off at some time, right? It's basically what has happened in the last few, last couple of years. So we'll talk about the Cards and then we'll get into the 49ers, right? So for me, coming into this game, we know that the Cards are for real. And it was good to see them without Kyler because I think this showed a little bit different kind of slant to the Cardinals that they can win through execution, right? That Kyler, even though he's very dynamic as a quarterback, they can win playing a normal game, playing on time, running the football, playing quick on defense and tackling. Like they clearly can play without Kyler, even against mediocre teams like the 49ers. That was probably the biggest thing for James Conner. By the way, James Conner, he must have been injured last year. This looks like a totally different dude. He was a stud on Sunday. So Edmonds goes down, I think, on the second play. And then Connor gets in, and Connor looks like he is just an absolute monster in this game. And I was thoroughly surprised at that because if you go back and you watch John Connor last, if you watch Connor last year, John Connor, whatever. If you watch Connor last year, he looks slow. He looks labored. It's not. He was on my fantasy team last year, Austin, equivalent to being injured. I feel that way sometimes too. He looks slow. He looks labored. Looks like he doesn't have the juice. Looks like he doesn't have the speed, nor the agility. And he just showed all of that on Sunday. Like it was start to finish. He looked like he was ready to go. Cards, you'll probably get their Cards line with and without Ronnie Hudson are two very different beasts. Yes, Hodsy. That was the other thing is not only was Connor good once he got through the line and into contact and then making guys miss and miss tackles, but there were some pretty significant holes there too. Look, Ronnie Hudson isn't like physically the best center out there, but he helps them be smarter and get into the alignments and the protections that they need to get into, right? So that's very, very important. One of the things that I thought Alex Mack was going to bring to the 49ers, but they never got there with him. Certainly not something that he has brought to them as much as Hudson has whenever he's been in the game. Arizona is a complete football team. They can run, they can throw, they have weapons. Their receivers can win in different ways. We talked about this before, like build a basketball team. You got your center, you got your guards, you got your forwards. Like you want that at your wide receiver position, guys that can do different things. You don't need four centers all playing, wide receiver. It's kind of like the Eagles. Eagles have a bunch of guards at wide receiver. So if you have a physical team They might struggle a little bit with the speed of the Eagles wide receivers, but they're going to be able to bang them around a little bit, and be physical with them and throw them off their timing and stuff. You don't want to build the same player at every position in wide receiver. You need a little bit different in every one. The Cardinals have that. Uh, and they have at least, even though Watt's out, it's funny timing. Watt goes out. Chandler Jones comes back. Chandler Jones looks good again. Um, they have speed on defense. They've got a dominant pass rusher. Alfred, Murphy, Thompson, and Buddha are all playing very, very well. I was thoroughly surprised at how well they could cover this week. Vance Joseph has a good game plan every week coming in, and it's always tied to what the offense does and what it needs them to do. This week, he challenged the Niners to beat them in the air, and then once they got ahead, he adjusted to make that a little bit harder. Like, it's a complete team. Like, they're good on offense, they're good on defense, they play smart, they play fast. The only questionable unit, in my opinion, is the offensive line, but they're not. They showed this weekend they're not a major issue. Colt McCoy did what he needed to do. He threw it into open areas, let his guys run after the catch. I couldn't tell you how many yards after the catch they had this week. I guarantee you at least half of Colt McCoy's yards came after the catch this week. I mean, and one, that's good scheming, right? Because you get the guy open and you allow a guy to throw him, and then he gets the ball in space and is able to make other people miss. That's huge. Huge. Great on scheming, good accuracy, timing by the quarterback. Important for all of those things to happen. And that's the way that it's funny, because that's the way the Kyle Shanahan offense is supposed to work. Get guys, scheme them open, get them into space, get them the football, and allow them to make moves afterwards, right? That's how it's supposed to work. Cardinals did that to perfection this week. Now, it's actually a lot easier to do it against the 49ers defense than it is to do it against, say, the Cardinals defense. So, really, really interesting game on the Cardinals. And that gets us to the 49ers. Before we get to the 49ers, we'll talk to chat for a second. So, Antoine Wesley, been good in limited snaps. I'd be happy to see him playing the AJ Green role longer term. Yeah, longer term for sure. I think AJ Green's still the guy. Like, I love Rondell Moore and what they can do with Rondell Moore. Kirk is fun to watch. Corey Peters back from injury this week too. That's going to be huge for them, Hodsy. But yeah, really impressed by pretty much everything they did. Third game this year, Cards QB completed 80% of passes. Yeah, they didn't. That's the thing, is they adjusted their game plan. They didn't ask Colt McCoy to play like Kyler. You know, kind of like we just talked about. They didn't ask, like, the Packers wanted Jordan Love to play like Aaron Rodgers, and that's just not who he is. And they didn't do a good job of adjusting to that. So Cole had 249 yards, 56 air yards. That's insane. That's insane. That's funny. But yeah, that's basically what I mean, I feel like what was the one? There was the Connor like 60 or 70 yarder that he caught and then just ran through everybody. Manager versus creator. Exactly. Exactly. And it's all about timing and everything with the offense too. But it's also knowing about what your guys can do and can't do, and playing to their strengths. If Colt McCoy can't throw it 70 yards down the field, don't ask him to throw it 60 yards down the field, right? Like, just stupid of you to do. And some NFL coaches will do that. If you don't have wide receivers that can win at the high point of the catch, don't call a bunch of isolation routes. Just don't, in contested catches. This makes no sense to do that. So they did exactly what they needed to do for Colt. Super smart on their point. Now, this is where it gets into the 49ers. Todd's. I don't like talking about the 49ers D because it makes me depressed. I mean, how can you make a 30-year-old often injured cornerback the cornerstone of your secondary? Yeah, Josh Norman, Cliff Kingsbury both got fouls in this game for a little bit of trash talk to each other, which I thought was kind of funny. Deepest target of the game was checks note Christian Kirk to Antoine West. That's funny. That actually makes sense. Dude, these wide receivers, by the way, are getting a little too good at throwing the ball. Last week it was it Wilson that had the throw from Dallas that was an absolute dime, and then Kirk threw a fantastic throw on the end around or toss play that that was in the corner. Should have been a touchdown, by the way. Like it was wide receiver could have come down with that in there. But yeah, yes, it was Dallas. I just can't remember who the wide receiver was. But yeah, so it comes in. Wesley played for Cliff at TTU. That makes sense. Um, but yeah, like every time they're running these end arounds and these wide receivers are throwing, they're coming out as dimes, like perfect spirals and everything. And you've seen a lot of it recently too. All right, so 49ers. So I think I finally figured like I've struggled with pinning down the 49ers this season. I can't figure out if they're a good team, if they're a bad team, if they're a mediocre team. And I this week it feels like it finally makes sense. And what I realized is that a lot of people want to blame Garoppolo. Last couple of games, you can't blame Garoppolo. Like he's played fairly well. The problem is there's actually multiple problems, right? And it's not just Shanny. Everybody wants to say, "Oh, Shanny, it's Shanny's fault. He's not calling. The plays aren't called very well, and he's lost the magic. And he's not a great offense coordinator." The problem is everything as it is together within the 49ers, right? So the 49ers base offense is built around the ability to run the football. And they've got a litany of running backs that have been oft injured this season. They've got an O-line that is good, but hasn't been particularly great this year. And they're not getting rips in the run game like they have been in the past. And so they're having to rely on the pass game a little bit more. Jimmy Garoppolo hasn't been as on point, has played much better the last couple games. Last couple games played pretty well. And so they're forced to rely on a part of the game that they don't really want to as much in the passing game. Kyle's not scheming it up nearly as well as he was last year because the run game hasn't been as effective as it was in the past years. And then on top of that, the defense can't stop anybody, and specifically in the pass game. Now, that's the key point to this is that defense. And you can say, oh, Shanny's, he's the offensive guy. He's not really in charge of the defense. He's head coach. He's in charge of it all. However, I'll give him a little bit of a break on this because they don't necessarily have the type of players that they need to be able to run the defense the way that they need to run this defense to allow the offense to do what they do. Right? So we've talked about this in pretty much every week this week about playing complementary football between the offense, the defense, and the special teams. You have to take what the offense wants to do and can do, compare that to what the defense wants to do and can do, and say, hey, this is how we best need to win this particular game based on who we're playing and what they try to do and what we're going to be able to do against them and what they're going to be able to do against us or not do against us. So 49ers can't stop anybody in the pass game. They can't get the run game going like they really, really want to and can't be as effective in it and score points in the run game like they've been able to in the past. And they haven't been as on point in the pass game. One, because Garoppolo hasn't been hitting the throws. Two, because Shanny hasn't been as clean about getting guys open in the open field. A little bit of that happened this game. A little bit better with George Kittle. Brandon Ayuk had a much better game this week than I've probably seen from him all year. Much better in the pass game. Still not enough. They cannot play from behind, and they continuously get from behind all the time. Pretty much every game they get behind. Now all of a sudden they have to change into a team that they can't. And then they have a defense that can't stop pretty much anybody in the pass game either. So it's a bad combination of players, scheme, not playing together, not having a good plan as a cohesive team going into the game. It's fundamentally flawed all the way through the entire team. That's why I feel like I'm looking at it going, okay, they've got good pieces. Like there are some things that I'm like, okay, they should have enough to win. But when those things don't come together in the way that they should, you end up with a disjointed, bad football team that every once in a while you're like, oh, okay, I see shades of it. I see that they're kind of putting it together, but they just never fully put it together. And at this point, I don't know that the 49ers have enough time for them to put it together over the rest of the season. And that's kind of sad because I think that they could be a good football team. I just don't think that they figured out how to be a good football team. And it's not mentality or toughness or any of that stuff. I think that it's just a lack of cohesiveness throughout their entire game plan. Look, if your secondary can't stop anybody, you need to control the ball on offense. And the 49ers have done this weird thing where they want to kind of run the ball but also throw the ball. And if you're not going to control the ball for 40 minutes in a game, if you're the Niners, you're probably not going to be able to win. You can't put your defense out there for a full 30 minutes for half of a game and expect them to be able to win football, especially against teams like Arizona. Especially against teams like Arizona. San Francisco had the ball for 23 minutes on Sunday against Arizona. That puts their defense on the field against an Arizona football team for 37 minutes. Cliff Kingsbury has 37 minutes to pick your defense apart. And you have no secondary to be able to stop them. And your pass rush isn't good enough, isn't dominant enough. Look, you've got some good pass rushers. Don't get me wrong. Bosa's good. Armstead's good. Like, you've got some good pass rushers, but they're not good enough to protect the secondary. And the secondary, I don't necessarily agree with the way that they're playing the secondary either. I mean, look, Josh Norman, when you've got Josh Norman as one of your guys that's supposed to be covering the other team, it's never going to turn out well for you. Right? Like, let's just be real. Like, Josh Norman being your best cornerback is probably a pretty good signal that you can't cover anybody. And the thing is they like to run a good amount of single high safety post snap. So middle of the field close, right? And they run a good amount of that, and they don't have the safeties, nor do they have the corners to be able to cover something like that. So they honestly, they probably need to rotate into a zone team and play bend but don't break defense, and then allow their pass rush to get home. Basically, I just don't understand why they haven't already done something like that. But yeah, it's all about cohesiveness for them. It's all about continuity and complementary playing between everybody. So, let's see. Last two games is pretty okay. If you're talking about Jimmy G, then yes, he's been all right the last two games. He hasn't necessarily been. Look, I think Kittle fumbled on the first drive. I think Ayuk fumbled on either the second or third drive after that. Like, it was a comedy of errors for them to get down in this game. And then when they get down, they can't play. They tried to come back in the second half, and they started to kind of mount a comeback, but you could see that they just don't have enough there on offense to be able to get after it that way, and to be able to do that. Hadzi, 26 pass attempts for Colt, 1 throwaway, 1 drop, 22 completions, 2 defended passes on San Francisco. Shades of what you're talking about regarding Philly. Exactly. When you can't get to the football, what do you expect, man? I mean, when they're completing with ease, and that's the difference is I think San Francisco actually has a better pass rush. The Eagles their front isn't bad. Don't get me wrong. Fletcher Cox is a damn good player. They can get a little bit of pressure, but the 49ers, with those two ends, they should be getting pressure on a good amount. Trey Lance, if healthy, needs to start the rest of the year. Hadzi, he helps so much on the ground. So I think you're right in the sense that I think he adds an element to the offense that you don't currently have, and will allow them to play a little bit more ball control. I think if you're trying to win football games, I'm not sure that Lance is going to give you a better opportunity than Jimmy G will. And with the way Jimmy G's played the last couple of games, I'm kind of prone to give him a shot one more time. And then if it doesn't get done next week, and I don't know who San Francisco plays next week, but if it doesn't get done next week, okay, now we're talking, we're looking at not just the rest of this season, but deep into next season, because then you're 3-6 and you're probably closer to a top 10 draft pick than you are you definitely are closer to a top 10 draft pick than you are making the playoffs. So, I mean, I guess at this point, now I'm thinking about it, if there's 7, almost half the NFL um is going to make the playoffs this year. And that leaves 16, 18 teams. So, I mean, you're either on the verge of making the playoffs or you're probably a top 10 draft pick. So, yeah. I don't think they can. Their secondary is atrocious. A lot of PIs. Their drafted cornerbacks can't get snaps over draft. That's the thing, man. Like, why are we still playing Josh Norman? If you know you're going to get torched, why are you still running Josh Norman out there? Let him go. Put your young guys in, see what they got. Getting washed? Yep, toots, sure are. Also, this game, they didn't have their starting safeties, not ideal. I don't, yeah. Their safeties haven't really necessarily been any better than their cornerbacks. So, does Lynch or Shanny go first? I man, it's weird because this is a team that had a team that was so good that they were good enough to go to the playoffs. And now all of a sudden, look, I heard a stat today, or somebody told me a stat that Shanahan has won 70% of his games that Garoppolo has started. Remember, this is a guy that had CJ Beathard and uh, Mullen out there, right? As quarterbacks for a while. Like, it's not like this guy has had the best run at the quarterback position. So I don't I think you draft Trey Lance to play in a Kyle Shanahan type of offense. I don't think this is the year to start saying, hey, you know what, maybe Shanahan's not the guy. I think you give him one more year. I think continuity is a big thing. And look, the other thing is I don't know what happens inside of those walls, right? They could be having a massive contradiction inside of those walls about whose fault it is. And look, I've heard stories about coaches leaking to the press about how bad the players are, and personnel guys and GMs leaking to the press about how bad the coaches are. And it basically becomes a war about who's going to keep their job. And if somebody has to go, then you're basically fighting against personnel versus coaching staff. And it gets pretty nasty behind the scenes. So reporters are careful about what they report because they know that that type of stuff happens. That could be happening behind the scenes. I don't know. It's not just Lynch; it's the assistant GM. That it sounds like the story behind the scenes is that they wanted Trey Lance. Like, apparently, Kyle Shanahan legitimately wanted Mac Jones, wanted to trade up into the 3 spot for Mac Jones. They traded up and then convinced Kyle Shanahan that Trey Lance was the better option. So take that for what it's worth, but that is apparently the story inside of the NFL circles. Um, and like everybody's talking about, like, oh, Shanny loves Trey Lance. I'm not sure that Shanny loves Trey Lance. That's not the stories of what I've heard. So might be why he will continue to run Jimmy G out there. But we'll see. We'll see. It'll be really interesting. They passed on Asante Samuel Jr. and Creed Humphrey for Aaron Banks. Yeah, that's where I start leaning towards, like, this roster has gone down, not up, and is not maintained. And they let DeForest Buckner go, and they've tried to replace him, and just it doesn't really matter, right? Like, they haven't replenished where they've lost people because they're unwilling to sign big long-term contracts. They think that they can just continue to draft really well and replace those guys, and that's a rookie mistake. You got to know that drafting is pretty much a crapshoot, and it's like throwing darts at a dartboard. Like, the more darts you have, the more likely you are to hit a bullseye. So the more darts you can have, the better. It's not everybody's pretty much got the same accuracy, which isn't that good, by the way. You're fairly accurate in the first round, not really all that accurate in the second round. By the time you get to the third, fourth, fifth, pretty much nobody knows what they're doing, and it's all luck. So the more opportunities you have to be able to, more darts you have to throw, the more likely you are to get lucky. They're a tandem. If one goes, the other goes as well. I don't know. I don't know, Todd's. I don't know. I feel like one of those guys probably has the ear of the owner. And I would lean that it's probably typically the GM spends more time with the owner, but I get the sense that Shanahan is probably tighter with the owner. And probably has a little bit longer leash. I don't know. We'll see. A lot of man for a bad secondary, not going to work. Yep, those turnovers shaped the Arizona game. Got a lead, and it's exactly right. Like they cannot play from behind. If the 49ers get up, they can be a good football team because then they can mix it up. They can use the run game. They can be successful there, be effective. But if they're left to throw it 40 times, it's not ideal for them. San Francisco plays Rams on Monday Night Football. Oof. Oof. That's not this week, right? Oh, it is this week. Oh my goodness. Well, look, man, we just had one of the weirdest seasons or one of the weirdest weeks ever. Um, it, you know, we just had one of the weirdest weeks ever. I just don't understand. Like, we can't write anybody off at this point, right? Lance might as well get the snaps. I mean, if they feel like they're going to lose, sure. But there is an advantage to Lance being in there. It'll be good to get him some reps at this point, I think. But if he's not ready, he's not ready. And I will say in the first game against Arizona, he did not look ready. Didn't play the Jags. They don't have their draft pick. They've already had their bye week, haven't they? Yeah, they had their bye week in week 6. It sucks. Yeah, so they get Rams, Jags, Vikes, Seattle, Cincinnati. The rest of the season, they get Texans and then they get Rams in week 18. The rest of their season's not that hard. Not that hard. It's not the worst schedule. I'll say that much, especially for a team in the West. They've played most of their hard games already. They've played most of their NFC West games already. They played Arizona twice, Seattle once. So they played half of them. Interesting. We are 2 years removed from San Francisco leading at 3/4 time in the Super. Yeah, exactly. By 10 points, right? Like I don't think it's time to overreact. I'm very much more like let's stick with it. Let's get continuity. Let's keep the continuity, especially if you've got a young quarterback. And like I said, Shanahan at 70% with Jimmy Garoppolo is pretty impressive. So I just see a much more cohesive offensive unit in San Francisco when Lance was in, based on the 2 games Arizona has played against them this year. I mean, there's more of a point to the offense. There's more of an identity to the offense, I would say, which goes for something Hodsy. But yeah, I just don't know that they. I don't know that I think you take away some of the passing game to take it to the run game. So kind of a 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other, right? No way that Shanahan goes, but not Lynch. Lynch was Shanahan's hand-picked guy and was very much installed underneath of him. Shanahan's final say on the 53. The draft and free agency has been so poor for so long, you can easily justify letting Lynch go in favor of another GM coming in to reload the roster. Yeah, I mean, I think Lynch has done better than what I expected him to do, but also at the same time, there's been the last couple of drafts have not been terrific. Like they have not gotten a lot out of those. So we're gonna have to see. Lynch officially controls the 90 until final cuts. Yeah, I mean, Lynch hasn't been bad, don't get me wrong, but there are some obvious holes in the way they've gone about building that roster. Hey, Gold Glover, what's up, my man? Considering you just traded the farm for Lance, better to continue. Yeah, I mean you bet on it, but again, their roster is not good enough for them to have traded everything for Lance and then just say, hey, everything's good. Look, and the other thing is they miss Raheem Mostert. Like Elijah Mitchell's been really good, but that speed that Mostert has is something that they miss from that offense. I did see shades of old Shanahan and his ability to get Kittle open, Ayuk open, a little bit less reliant on Samuel this week, which is good. Jimmy's got to be better in terms of passing the ball, but again, that's a throwing thing. I don't think that bringing Trey Lance in is going to make you better at throwing the ball. Might make you a little better at running the ball, but I don't know that it's that significant as of yet. I don't know that it's significant enough to make up for this defense. So they've got to figure that out. I think the biggest changes that they need to make are on defense, not on offense. I think they could be fine on offense if their defense could figure out how to stop somebody, especially in the passing game. All right, that's Niners Cards. So chat, you guys remind me not to pick against Cards ever again. Who do the Cards play this week? Do we just talk about that? Because I'm kind of scared that they're going to be like against the Rams or something. Oh, they play Arizona or Carolina. We're good. I'll definitely pick Arizona against Carolina. We're good. I think the rookie QB needs to play at some point. I mean, sure. If especially if they lose this week, then yeah, like you're 3-6, right? 3-6. If you're 3-6, yeah, it's time to put the kid. It's time to put the kid in. Jimmy G ain't gonna do nothing for you at this point. All right. That's Cards Niners. So that's fun. I feel like I have a much better handle on what the 49ers are though. Hey, Mike Williams or Zach Moss is starting to flex this week. Um, I haven't looked at the games this week. Let me see. Mike Williams. Let's see who the Chargers play. Chargers get Minnesota. Ooh. That's a tough one. Because Minnesota Vikings are I don't even know who Zach Moss plays, but I'm leaning Zach Moss because the weird thing is Minnesota can give up some yards. Problem is they are pretty good against the pass. So Bills versus Jets. Oh my God. Yeah. Go Zach Moss. You'll be fine. Bills offensive line is going to murder the Jets defensive line. It'll look a lot like what happened with the Colts this week is what it should look like. I go Zach Moss probably has a touchdown at least, if not more. All right, Titans Rams. So we're running a little bit late tonight, so I want to get through these last few games, and then we can do our tiers. Titans Rams. I've been hammering on Tennessee's defense, but damn, they came to play this week, and they proved me wrong. They whipped the Rams' ass up front and won the line of scrimmage all night long. Matt Stafford was under duress pretty much the entire game. And the Titans didn't have to do anything crazy up front to get it done. And then on top of the amount of pressure, and this is where it's not all on how well the Titans played. On top of all of the pressure that they were already getting, McVay decides that he wants to go into empty sets while not being able to block up the Titans for some reason. So he decided, hey, you know what? I can't block them. Let's just spread everything out. And then all of a sudden, Stafford locked up because he knew he knew the pressure was coming and he couldn't figure out where it was coming from because everybody was getting through. Like, it was just pretty much everybody for the Titans up front had a good night. I thought Jeffrey Simmons had a phenomenal game. Danico Autry had a really good game. This was a game that the Titans kind of established it for me of they can win in multiple ways. And we've got to be talking about Mike Vrabel for Coach of the Year. This dude just lost the most important person on his team in Derrick Henry and still comes in and takes it to a team that is out there that is up there and competing as a contender for the Super Bowl. And not only did they beat them, but they beat them pretty handily. So kudos to the Titans. Kudos to Mike Vrabel. They always come prepared. I'll give them that. It's rare that something like that that they don't come prepared. Ryan Tannehill ends up having a pretty solid game. Like I said, I've said this before. I think that the Titans can win as long as Julio and AJ Brown are both healthy. I think the Titans can win. Tannehill's good enough to win with. They've made him into a quarterback that's good enough to win with. And I argued with somebody about this on Twitter the other day. Well, Vrabel doesn't coach the offense. Nobody hired the offensive coordinator. And Arthur Smith made Ryan Tannehill look really good, and then he reloaded with another offensive coordinator that's doing just as good of a job. So kudos to Mike Vrabel for both of those. So Vrabel is probably one of the best in-game coaches that I've seen in the NFL in the last 10 years. That dude knows every rule in the rule book, knows how to use it to his advantage, makes great in-game clock management calls. It's just there's nothing bad that I can say about Vrabel as a coach. He seems to have it all together. The Titans established to me that they're a very good team, whether Derrick Henry's there or not. Peterson looked all right. I mean, He looked a lot leaner. He looked a lot skinnier than what I remember. I remember, I don't know if it's just me just misremembering or if he was just, you know, or if he's actually lost the weight, but he's good enough. And what's his face? Why do I want to call him McKissick? It's not McKissick. The third down back for the Titans. Where'd he go? McNichols. I thought McNichols looked pretty good. I'm interested to see what Deontay Foreman is going to be able to do, and if they end up splitting carries between him and Adrian Peterson. It sounds like they're pretty well in on Adrian Peterson. They thought he was really good. Thank you, Toots. Yeah, McNichols is the guy he was waiting for his opportunity. He's more of a third down type of guy. He played in Tampa for a bit and really couldn't find a role. He has a little bit of a fumbling problem. So it'll be interesting to see this team going forward. I've banged on the defense. They're getting better. I'm still not totally sold on them. Bud Dupree is basically just a body out there at this point. Tart had a really good game a few weeks ago against the Seahawks. I think Rashaan Evans is a solid player. Harold Landry's playing a little bit better. Like, they're actually starting to get play from their linebackers, which is impressive. Jackrabbit Jenkins. I thought he played a pretty good game the other day and has been playing better. Byard's been playing better. Like, I feel like this is a team that overall has been pretty good. The Rams, on the other hand, I'm just going to chalk it up as to one of those weird games. When Stafford gets that much pressure in his face, it's going to be really hard for him to be able to perform and execute. They couldn't get open against. There were some of those sacks that were actually coverage sacks because they knew what was coming. I think they did a good job of not bowing to all of the moving parts that the Rams have on offense. They said, "Hey, this is my guy. I'm going to stick to my guy, and I'm going to be there, and I'm going to follow this guy, and I'm not going to be looking into the backfield. I know that I've got my guy, and then I'll hear the call whenever I need to break off my guy because the ball's there, handoff's been there, or whatever." So I'm going to chalk this one up for the Rams. It's just coming in as not prepared for what Tennessee is going to throw at them. That's more on the coaching staff than anything. I don't think it happens that often for this team because I do think they're well coached. So, I'm going to leave it there, I think, because I want to keep moving, but I'm not that concerned about the Rams. They're still a good football team. Jalen Ramsey had a good pick, on another out route, which is good. A lot of post changes on defense as well. Yep. Only real difference this year with the offense is the change from 12 personnel to a more consistent 11 personnel. Yep. Yeah. Well, yeah. And again, that's to create lighter boxes. But whenever you've got Derrick Henry in there, it doesn't matter if you're doing 12 or 11. And the thing is play action with 12 personnel works better because they're more committed to the run when they see two tight ends in there. Ramsey's a monster no matter. He's one of the few that can play the run and play the pass, and he's the type of guy that I put in, like, have him trail a guy like Kamara or CMC or Cordell Patterson, because I'm not afraid to put him in the box because he's going to stand up somebody in there, whether it's a lineman or a tight end or a running back in the hole, because he's not afraid to get his nose in there. Gets a little chippy at times though. Can overdo it a little bit. All right. Bears Steelers. We'll hit on the high points of this game because I do want to get into tiers and try to get out of here probably in the next 15-20 minutes or so. All right. Bears. When I said this the other night, and I've said this for a couple of weeks, when Justin Fields looks good, he looks really good. When he looks bad, he looks really, really bad. And this was one of those nights where, for the most part, he looked pretty good. There were a lot of really promising moments from Justin Fields. Look, to me, the first half, the Bears had no idea what they were doing with Justin Fields, and then all of a sudden, the second half, they're like, "Hey, what if we actually allow him to use his legs? What if we actually move the pocket a little bit and allow him to roll out and allow him to get free of the pocket and not have to worry about getting smashed from 17 different directions because he has a terrible offensive line in front of him? And he went, yeah, that's good. Let's do that. And then all of a sudden, Justin Fields starts throwing with confidence and he starts throwing laser beams all over the field. He had the little rollout touchdown to his left. It's the second time he's done that in a couple of weeks or 2 or 3 weeks, right? He rolls out left and then throws a nice little throw to his left. He had one to the tight end, the little corner out that he did the same thing on. When he, as I've said, he's a good thrower of the football. He's got to learn to become a passer. Still struggles with pressure. That's going to be an ongoing thing. He's going to have to learn. And that's not just a this year thing. That's probably an ongoing thing for next year. Look, Burrow was pretty bad against pressure last year, but he got better at it. And he's much better against blitzes this year. Burrow's turned into one of those guys that you're probably going to get burned if you try to blitz him. So it's not something that Fields can't learn, but it is something that needs to be a focus for him because he is so far off of it right now. And he has such a bad offensive line that it's going to be really, really hard. They do a good job of running the ball a good amount. Offensive line is much, much better at being able to run block than pass block. Mooney's a legitimate wide receiver. Love watching Mooney. Glad Allen Robinson, like the second half, they really kind of started to put it together. The matchup in this game for me was the Steelers front on defense against that offensive line and against Fields' ability to read it. In the first half, it went in the direction of the Steelers, and they did a good job with it. And in the second half, Fields, they kind of figured out that if they just move the pocket a little bit, they're probably going to be okay. Going to give Fields enough time to actually see it and throw it, which was really useful. Bears defense, still pretty bad. Again, this is one of those games where the Steelers led pretty much the entire time, but they just find a way to get it done in the end. They don't go out and they don't just hammer teams. They're not that good. They can run the football a little bit. Big Ben gets enough done in the passing game, whether that's, little tosses to Najee Harris, some contested catches to Claypool, some little slants to Deontay. They get enough done in the game. Those flags, man, look, the refs are just bad all around. I know there's a lot of Bears fans that are like, hey, like the flags really made us, lose the game. I think the flags are bad all around. And to be honest, Chicago probably never really should have been in that game. They got lucky on a couple of things. What was it, a fumble or a pick return for a touchdown? Like there was a couple things that they probably got more lucky than they should have that kept them in that game. But the Steelers really just kind of owned that game from start to finish. Fields had a good PFF grade, but he only looked good on the move to me. Saw a lot of bad passes into windows, late not throwing open, moving horizontal target was difficult for him. Yeah, so Toots, that's actually a really good point. So there was one fumble TD on a punter return. Yep, that's what it was, Gabe. So Toots, that's actually a really good point. So there was the one touchdown that Fields had. I went back and watched, and it was really interesting because he broke containment of the pocket, starts rolling left, and he actually, I need to go back in the all 22 and look at it because when I saw the clip, it looked like the receiver was supposed to be breaking inside, realized that Fields was breaking out the opposite way, turns and starts to run and kind of wheel upfield away from Fields in the direction that Fields is going, but upfield. And he's in the end zone. He's like on the 5-yard line, maybe whenever he does this. And as he's going upfield, he's running straight up, and Fields throws it to the sideline over here. And the guy ends up turning and going out, and he's got good coverage on him. The cornerback did a good job of sticking to him on that turn, as they're taught to do. And he got the inside leverage, the cornerback did. And then as soon as he got the inside leverage, that's when Fields threw it outside, like on the money, on the time, when he should have. And it was really more of of a throw him open type of throw. And I got to go back and look at this, but that's what it felt like to me, is that he was throwing the wide receiver open before he was actually open. And when he does, he throws it right to the sideline where only his guy can get it. That looked like, to me, one of the more professional throws that he had. I think overall, if you're asking me how did Fields do as a full game, I probably give him a lower grade. Like, if it's me talking about like grades and stuff like that, probably a lower grade with some really high points inside of that grade. Overall, I think he struggled with pressure. I think he struggled with the blitz. Still needs to be able to figure out what protections and pressures are coming, and how those are supposed to be blocked up and where he needs to move. Still needs to work on his pocket presence, escaping the pocket a little bit too early. Again, threw the football really well. Passer, still got to work on being a passer. So, all of the things that you wanted to see. Bears defense still not very good, by the way. I'm so sad that I ever said that. I can't believe I said that they were actually a good defense. They look good for a couple of weeks, but I actually thought that they were going to be a good defense, or were a good defense, and they just certainly are not. This is how the Steelers are going to have to win games, right? They're going to have to win them ugly. And they got to win the ones against the bad teams and then figure it out against the good teams. So, really, isn't Bears without Mac? They are, but even with Mac, they hadn't played well before, right before he got injured. So yeah, it's not changing. They're also without their starting safety, which I think is a big piece of it. I do think Jalen Johnson's played pretty well this year. I think he played better earlier than what he's played lately, though. So, yeah, Bears have an opportunity to win a couple of games this year, I do think. I just, I said it last night. If I'm the Bears, I'm backing a Brinks truck up to Kellen Moore's front door and saying, how much do you need? Because bring him there and allow him to develop Justin Fields, and oh my God, you have your stands are going to be full for the next 3 years. It could be very, very good. I think Justin Fields has a very high ceiling. I don't think it's a sure thing that he gets there. Even if they change, even if it's not Nagy, right? Like even if it is Nagy, low chance he gets there. If it's somebody else, if they don't get the right guy, I'm not sure that he gets there. But it's not a guarantee that he gets there. Super high ceiling. I would say there's like I don't know, 45% chance that he gets there at this point, to reach like how good he really could be. Because it's not about doing it once here and there. It's more about doing it consistently over a longer period of time. And I think he can get there. I just don't think he can do it consistently. Not without the right coach. It all depends on what kind of coaching he gets down the line. But fun. Very, very fun. All right. It is time for team tiers. Do I still have this up? Oh, I do still have this up. Okay, cool. Give me 1 second here. Bring this over. Team tiers. All right. So, for anyone that's in here, Jerry has a huge bank. Jerry's bank is huge, Gabe. Jerry's bank may be huge, but I'm really interested to see if he is willing to give up the head coaching title for Kellen, because I think that's going to be a very, very big thing for him. For Kellen, I think Kellen's going to want that head coaching title. There were actually rumors that Kellen's reached out to TCU, I think, about their head coaching job or something like that. I don't know how legitimate those were, but I would just remember that there was something there about those. So, all right, ranking tiers. So this is where we had them last week, right? So I leave them up so that you guys so we can see them, because we always want to move them around. The idea or the hope is that from week to week, we probably don't have to move them very much. And the idea is hopefully that by the end of the year, we don't have to move them very much. Tennessee to Super Bowl or strong playoff team. Well, yeah, we'll I think I want to start at the bottom this week, right? Because there's definitely some changes that probably need to be made here. Lions bye week, don't really have much going on. Texans lose to the Dolphins. I think that puts them there. Jets show that they're still not very good. Do we move the Jag? I mean, I think we have to move the Jags up above the Dolphins at this point, right? But do we move them up beyond the Jets? I mean, they beat the Bills. It's just a random no shot this ever happens again type of game. But I'm curious if you guys feel like they should be moved up in front of the Jets. I mean, the Jets with Mike White kind of look a little feisty. Um, Washington football team on a bye. Falcons. Oh, we got to move Falcons up. Looks like these two teams. I mean, Lions lost to the bye. Oh, this is the first week the Lions didn't lose, so relax. All right. Let's see. So we gotta go. Washington's still at the bottom. I don't know. I don't. I don't know if I want to move any of these because honestly, these are all like the Eagles barely lost to the Eagles barely lost to the Chargers. The Giants, even though they won, I still feel like a close loss to the Chargers over a distracted Raiders team isn't good enough for the Giants. Falcons beat the Saints. They're improving. You know what? I gotta move this here. I don't know how I don't know how I feel about the Lions or how I feel about the Giants and where they should be. I think we got to move San Francisco down here for right now. Um, this all still feels pretty accurate to me. I don't know who I would pick between Carolina. Falcons over Giants and Eagles. Yes. Okay. Um, is this Broncos win enough to move them up? Because I feel like maybe yes, maybe no. And then the question becomes is if we do move the Broncos up, where do we move them? Like, do we want to overreact to 1 week, or do we think that they're still bad? I think I feel pretty comfortable with this. Who's better, Eagles or Giants? I'm curious. I'm trying to think of who these guys have played. But for me, I don't think I can put the Giants over the Eagles. I think they're both pretty bad. I think if you asked me who was going to win a game between the Giants and the Eagles right now, I would probably say Eagles. Yeah. Yeah, Toots, I think I agree. And then I think the Falcons are better than the Eagles. I think the Broncos after that particular game deserve to get moved up from bad to middle of the pack. Do I think they're better than the 49ers? Honestly, I don't think I can put the Bears above San Francisco. I still don't think I can put the Panthers above San Francisco. I think the Panthers, if you give them a quarterback, if they get good quarterback play, they probably move up above San Francisco and the Steelers. I would consider putting them over the Seahawks and the Colts for now. I hate to do I still think New England's middle of the pack. Um I know everybody wants the Patriots to be higher. I just don't know that I can put them higher. You know what? I mean, who do they play next week? Patriots play Cleveland next week. Okay. All right. Um I mean, if we're looking at like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in the you know in the AFC, we're looking at teams like I don't know, Chiefs, Bengals, Broncos, right? Like those are the teams that are 5-4. I guess Browns, Steelers are in that same range. Middle looks right too. I like the Colts here because I think they're getting better with their offensive line. I think that's going to be huge for them. So I think they deserve to be high end, middle of the pack. I think Patriots are. I'm gonna put Vikings middle of the pack and below that. I think I think we did a good job of not putting the Browns too low. I think Raiders drop here. I still like Ravens. I don't know if I like Chargers as strong playoff teams. Pats beat the teams that they should beat. Gabe, the Ryan, wild card ish. Yeah. The thing is I think Wentz gonna hold him back regardless. But yeah, high mid. Yeah. Well, when Wentz gets good protection, he's not terrible, right? Like he's not good, but he's not terrible. Like he will have his terrible moments, but he can help you win football games when he gets a good offensive line. 1 and 2, wrong way around. You were right. After the Cardinals lost to the Packers, we made that change, right? So, um, I think we got to move this back up here. It's funny, the only AFC team that we had up here, I stopped listening at not good. um, the only AFC team that we have up here as a Super Bowl contender actually lost this week to the Jaguars. I still think the Ravens I still think the Ravens are a strong playoff team. I mean, technically they would be a Super Bowl contender. Titans have to be put up into Titans got to be moved here. Titans are the 1 seed right now, right? If I remember correctly. Titans are the 1 seed, Ravens are the 2 seed, Chargers are the 3 seed. Bills are the 4 seed, if I remember correctly. So remember, the idea is that we don't have to change these very much. And there are some times when we're going to change them just based off of uh, yeah, I think that feels right. Um yeah, Titans are a strong playoff team. I'm not ready to crown them yet. I can't crown them. I love Derrick Henry and I know that there's going to be I know that they're still a good football team even without him. I just can't put them into a Super Bowl contender category yet. Honestly, I think the Browns. This is going to be a big week, right? Because Browns Patriots play each other. So, whoops. So Browns and Patriots because they play each other. The Patriots could move up into wild cardish, and Browns could move up into strong playoff team. So I feel like we're here, and this is going to be a battle between Browns and Patriots this week. And I think this is where I would rank them right now. I still think the Browns are probably the best team in the AFC North. No, I don't think that. Ravens and Browns are the best teams in the AFC North. I don't necessarily know who's better. Um, Hodzi, I feel like the bottom 9 and top 9 are pretty strong, and you got 12 teams in the middle. Yeah, that's why I always start at the ends because these up here haven't really changed. We've reordered them a little bit here and there. Um, but nothing has really changed. Last week we moved Green Bay up. That was the only change we made. This strong playoff team has been pretty consistent with the Ravens and the Chargers. We're adding the Titans this week because they proved that they can win without Derrick Henry. We've got the Browns who thumped the Bengals, which we had them in the right spot before. We had them in this order before. We just moved the Browns up to the front. Saints wild cardish. I feel like they, just without a quarterback. Here's the thing: is without a quarterback, do we leave them here or do we kind of move them down? I mean, I guess they're 5-3 still. Um, yeah, they got to be wild cardish. Leave Saints till Rivers is a clear no. Interesting. That's an interesting take on it, Gabe. Um, yeah. So I feel like out of these teams, I feel like I'm most comfortable with the Browns right now. Saints, I still feel like in the NFC are pretty much Saints are above the Vikings. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get another just bananas Saints and Vikings game in the playoffs this year, aren't we? Just another like they're gonna play each other and it's gonna go down to the wire because that's what the Vikings do. And it's gonna be crazy because that's what the Saints do and that's what the Vikings do. It just feels there. Let's see. Titans did benefit from 2 turnovers inside the opposition 10-yard line. Oh, sorry. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Did you see what I said about OBJ in Cleveland? No, I didn't. The offense was bad last game versus the Rams. Take always though. No accidental oopsies. Yeah. Yep. All right. All right. Do we like? Let's go back to Super Bowl contender. So I like Cardinals. Got to put them at the top. I still like the Rams a little bit more than I like. Somebody told me today that they don't like the Rams because they're softer than the Bucks and they like the Bucks more than they like the Rams. I still don't trust Leftwich as an offensive coordinator though. Still don't trust him yet. Cowboys got to be below the Bucks after a loss. Bills, I think it's just a weird week. To LeBlanc, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Yeah, Bills, Packers. Still think Bills are better than Packers. Although if that Packers defense plays like it did this week, I'd be keen to move them up. But I do still think they're considered a Super Bowl contender as long as Karen Rodgers gets her stuff together. Ravens, yeah, still like the Ravens. I don't know if I like the Ravens better than Titans. It's probably like 1A, 1B in this column, but I do like them both better than the Chargers. I have a little bit of a concern about the Chargers. They still can't figure out that run defense. I feel like they should have beaten the Eagles by a lot more than what they did. It's going to be interesting. I said OBJ with Cleveland felt like the Ewing. That's 1,000% the Ewing theory. 1,000% the Ewing theory, Gabe. That was something I was talking about with a buddy earlier today. Is that I feel like they are actually. Oh, Q Aaron. I was thinking like Karen. Like that. Like Karen Rodgers. If you haven't seen the meme, it's worth it. Here, let me. Totally worth it. Lord, please don't put anything up there that I shouldn't. What? Where did it go? Hang on. I probably shouldn't do this on screen, but it'll be fine. I'm sure this will bring it up directly. Karen Rodgers, there she is. That's not even the best one. There she is. There's the Karen Rodgers. It does work with the Q stuff too. That was actually a nice little take on it. I mean that's actually pretty funny now that I think about it. Toots. I missed that part. But yes, 1,000%. T. LeBlanc, been appreciating your takes and insight on Twitter for a while, for ages. Keen to take in the new content of yours here. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. I have not been doing a good job of getting these up on YouTube, but I will definitely start trying to get those back up, especially for like the recap shows and the preview shows, because I think those are the ones that people actually want to see on YouTube. The pregame shows, it's kind of hard because we do the matchups and those are nice, but nobody wants to go back and watch those after a game. But appreciate it, LeBlanc. Thanks so much for coming in. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks for participating. It's always much more fun whenever we have people participating. All right, so we got the top row right. I feel like strong playoff teams pretty good. I feel like Chargers are going to get there. Wild card ish. Here's the thing. I'm going to bring Raiders down here. Wild card ish is Browns, Saints, Chiefs, Bengals. Yeah. Do we feel like the Bengals are better than the Chiefs right now? Yeah. I feel no. You feel like the Chiefs are better than the Bengals? I feel like that's a close one right now. All right, here's the question. Toot says yeah. So nah. All right. So here's the other question. So we have Raiders and Pats here. Do we trust the Pats more than we trust the Chiefs right now? Because I feel like we're good through most of this in the middle of the pack. The Raiders, I'm dropping the middle of the pack. I just don't. I still think they're wild cardish. No, I'm gonna still leave them in wild cardish. But my question is Pats do the Pats belong with the Chiefs, Bengals, Raiders at this point? Because that's the question I've got. Because theoretically, not theoretically, but factually, the Raiders are the number 5 seed right now. The Patriots are the number 7 seed. With the Browns and Bengals, the Chiefs, Browns, and Bengals as 8, 9, and 10. But is that because the Patriots are leading the AFC East? No, Bills are leading the AFC East. Okay. So it doesn't drop them in one of the top 4. This is usually how it ends up with me every week. Is I'm like, you know what? I'm done overthinking it. I'm just gonna leave it. And I think that's where I'm at. I still think Pats are middle of the pack. They beat a bad Carolina team. They couldn't put up offense against a bad Carolina team. They get Cleveland this week. I don't think they take out Cleveland. I think Cleveland comes in and plays pretty well against them. And I think if I were to take the Patriots and move them from middle of the pack and put them into wild cardish, and then they end up losing. Crossover, welcome in. And then they take New England. If I take New England and move them up, I'm just going to end up moving them back next week after they lose to the Browns. Right? Like, that's how I feel about it. Vikings, middle of the pack. I'm moving them down from wild cardish. Colts, middle of the pack. Seahawks, who knows? We got to wait to see what Russ does whenever he comes back. Seattle are a weird one. Yeah, that's the thing, is like we got to leave them here until we know what they are whenever Russ comes back. Where are they? They're a 10 seed right now. 10 seed at 3 and 5. Yeah, I mean, they got to win 2 or 3 games before they start to move up into wild cardish range. So they're not there yet. Steelers, not a bad football team. They're just trying to make Big Ben work. San Francisco, we start to get into the bad. The San Francisco, the Panthers, the Bears, these 3 are bad. I honestly, part of me wants to move the Broncos up higher. Hashtag free Matt Ryan. I mean, the Falcons are moving up. They may be middle of the pack next week. I don't know who the Falcons play, but they could definitely be middle of the pack next week, depending on how things go. I mean, technically they're 4-4. Oh, they got Dallas next week. Nah, nah, we're good. We'll leave them there. Broncos over Bears. Okay, I can deal with that. Broncos over Bears. I would probably, just because of QB play, I put them. I'm move them over San Francisco too. Gabe, where do you think OBJ signs? So the reports are, what were they? They were Packers, Pats, Chiefs, and somewhere else, right? Who was it? Josina. I think it was Josina Anderson. She's been breaking a lot of the stuff lately. Um, Josh Norman dealing with fractured ribs. He's trying to work through it. Don't work through it, dude. Don't work through it. Not worth it. My understanding is that free agent Odell Beckham Jr. will take some time and assess the best situation for him. Several options still on the table per league sources. They don't actually. She doesn't actually list this. All right, let's just search. Who was it? It was Packers, Chiefs, Saints. No, I can't remember. Huh. Man, it would be a lot of fun to see him in KC. Overall, I don't think it changes a ton for them. I think it's more of a nice to have than a need to have. Like they've been using. It would be good for them to have another outside receiver. Um, I think the most impactful at this point is going to be Green Bay. I think for him, I think for the way that he plays, I think the Patriots' style of offense is good. I don't know that they have the QB position. Look, if he's complaining about Baker, he's going to have to go somewhere with a good quarterback, right? You're talking Tampa Bay, Kansas City, Green Bay, maybe LA, but I don't think he fits in LA right now. Um, for the Chargers or the Rams. Um, third receiver for Dallas, that could be an underrated spot, maybe. I don't know if Dallas has this. Here, let me see what the cap space is. Um, actually, I guess it doesn't matter because nobody has his 7.5. His 7.5 million this year just evaporated into thin air whenever he wasn't claimed on waivers. Um, Gallup, Lamb, and Cooper are basically three number ones. I'd say OBJ is probably better than Gallup. Hazi, he wants all those targets though. That's why I'm thinking like Green Bay seems like the spot. I mean Baltimore would be fun to see him in. God, like him running routes with Lamar would be fun. Um the Saints could really use him. The Bengals would be fun. I don't think he really fits there, but the Bengals would be fun. Enter division opponent, like he could play in the outside. Um, yeah, for me, it's got to be Green Bay. Green Bay, Baltimore, Kansas City. I don't know that anybody else below that has a quarterback worth it for him. Seattle's the makes a lot of sense. If Seattle had a better record, I think that that would be something that he'd probably be more interested in. But if he's going to go to Seattle, like I feel like he would need I feel like he would need more of a commitment that Russ was going to be there more than just 1 year, more than just this year. Seattle would be, yeah, like if he can't rush the passer or cover anybody, it doesn't really matter that much, Gabe. Hazi, I feel like him and Lamar or him and Patty M would be crazy. Yeah, that like little like being able to throw it up to a guy that's just gonna go up and get the ball and snatch it out of the air is always fun. Crossover OBJ is from Louisiana with LSU. The Saints are meant for him. I mean, if they had a quarterback, you want to go from Baker to Trevor Simeon or Taysom Hill. At best, Jameis Winston. KC, he'd be a cleared number 2 and also be the number 1 in most situations. Yeah, like he's a different type of receiver on the outside. Like I think that's one that makes a ton of sense to me. Green Bay makes a ton of sense to me. Outside of that, I don't know. All right. I would pick if I were to rank them, I would go Green Bay, Kansas City, and I would put my wild card at Baltimore. Atlanta might be a nice little team for him if he wanted to go to Atlanta. If they had any semblance of a defense, Atlanta would be a nice little. That would be a win-win. It would be a good win-win. And my guess is that OBJ probably told teams like, "Hey, he's not playing. Like, if you claim him on waivers, he's not playing for you. Like, so just don't even bother. Just don't even claim him on waivers." Which, by the way, will probably make some teams think long and hard about if they actually want him. Raiders is a wild card as well. I could see that. I could see that. I just don't know if he'd want to play with Derek Carr. Maybe he wants to play with Derek Carr. All right. Taysom is going to force the feed me ball. Maybe. I mean, he likes throwing it into traffic, so probably. I think you're right. I think one of the big things is he's looking to get some targets, right? Especially, and think about it, right? Especially if he's Art with OBJ. Yeah, right. Like think about that. Think about Ridley, Pitts, when Ridley's healthy. But think about that. Pitts, Cordell Patterson, OBJ. Like they need a little bit of an offensive line, and man, that's a hard offense to stop. If they could find any semblance of an offensive line, that's a hard offense to stop. Work on the defense a little bit next year. Find you a pass rusher. Get you some offensive line help. Now all of a sudden Atlanta is looking like not such a bad team anymore. All right. Top 6. I'm liking the top 6. Gonna leave them there. Strong playoff team. I'm liking these. I'm liking this order too. Wild cardish. This one I'm a little bit iffy on. I feel like I'm less, not necessarily. I feel like the quality of teams of the wild cardish bracket this week is not as good as what they were last week. I'm way less confident, right? Raiders lose, Bengals lose, KC barely beats a banged up Green Bay team without Aaron Rodgers. Saints lose. Browns are at the top. Probably more of a strong playoff team, but we're not quite sure because they didn't play real well the 2 weeks before that. So I'm not totally confident in this. Patriots, good record. I'm still not there yet. And whenever I send this out on Twitter, people are still going to be like, what the hell? Why are they middle of the pack? Well, because I still don't trust them yet. I just still don't feel like they're fantastic. So, there's that. Vikings, definite middle of the pack team. Like epitome of a middle of the pack team. Colts, same thing. Seahawks, same thing. Steelers probably belong a little bit lower than this, but they're playing like a middle of the pack team. So we got to give it to them. They're eking out wins. Broncos go from a bad team, or at least bottom of the middle of the pack, to moving up. Vikings love OT. Yes, they do. I wonder if they're going to play a full extra game simply because they played, I mean, I guess technically they'd have to play 6 OTs to get a full extra game. Pats have one quality win. Exactly. I'm just not there. I'm not totally sold on them yet. Now, don't get me wrong. They played the Cowboys well. They played the Bucks well. They feel very much like the Vikings. They play good teams close, but they can't actually beat a whole lot of good teams. Tucker having a 36-yard game winner was like, oh, this GG. Oh my God, yes. I feel comfortable. He's the only kicker that I feel comfortable even just within 60 from, right? Like it's just insane how consistently good he is. Broncos are a team that I could move. You could convince me to move all up and down the middle of the pack and make a solid argument, and I'd be okay with it. San Francisco towards bottom of the middle of the pack, starting to edge towards bad. Let's see what they do this week. They do. I don't know, man. And then we get Carolina, who I think still has a good defense, can defend the pass. If Carolina had a decent quarterback, if PJ Walker shows up this week and says, "Look at me, I can actually play the quarterback position," these guys will move from bottom of the middle of the pack to top of the middle pack in 1 week, and I will have no doubts about doing that. If they had any semblance of quarterback play up until this point, they would not be this low. That's the only thing holding them back. Look, offensive line isn't terrific, but that quarterback position has basically lost them games, and at least 2 of the last 3. Bears still not that good. Defense not that good. Fields showed some promise last night. Not really sure. Offensive line can't pass block. Solid run blocking. Not bad at run blocking. They can run the ball. But yeah, still not. If Steelers are middle of the pack, they're still towards the bottom, towards bad. Falcons, good win on the way up. Beat the Saints this week. Still not there on them. Eagles are still bad. Giants are still bad. Washington. I'm open to considering Giants as more of a bottom middle of the pack, but I'm still not there yet. Giants or Jets are bad. Jags are bad. Dolphins bad. Texans bad. I feel like I'm pretty comfortable with this order right here. And I only moved Jags up 1 simply because they did beat the Bills versus them being under the Dolphins. I feel like the Jets might accidentally win a game because they finally have some decent quarterback play. Now that Zach Wilson's out, actually. All right, lost to Miami too. Yeah, that was a big one when they lost to Miami. Bucker the closest to Tucker in the league. There's nobody that's even close. Like if we were building tiers of kickers, it would be Justin Tucker, 3 tiers, and then everybody else. Like he's that good. Like Justin Tucker basically breaks all of the what do you call them? All of the like tiers, like CPOE tiers and EPA tiers and all that stuff that the analytics guys do every time. Like he's way up here in one corner and there's a massive gap and then there's everybody else when they start to cluster. Matt Prater, I'm close. Matt Prater was good, man. Dallas and Buffalo benefiting from 6 free wins. I mean, the Bucks are too. It's not like the Bucks have played the strongest of schedules. I think the Bucks only have 1, maybe 2 quality wins at this point. The Bucks, all right, so the Bucks beat Dallas in week 1. Lost to LA. Lost to the Rams, right? They beat New England barely. Then they beat Atlanta, Miami, Philly, Chicago, lost to New Orleans. So they have 1 quality win. That's Dallas. That's why I'm not like, let's make Bucks the best team in the NFL right now. But the same can be said for the Rams because the Rams got the Lions and Texans in back-to-back weeks or something like that. Like, yeah, the good teams have bad schedules. But have bad teams on their schedule. LeBlanc, lifelong Panthers fan, the truth stings. If only we did nothing and kept Teddy B. Right? If Teddy B's there, here's the thing. Let's be real about it. And this is actually a really good talking point, right? A really good conversation to have. Teddy B in Denver with the receiving core that he got, that he currently has, is a good fit for him. That particular receiving core is pretty good because Teddy B is really good at hitting open receivers. If the receivers can get open, he will hit them. He can anticipate them getting open, will throw them, hit them, won't make a ton of bad plays. The problem is that right now in Carolina, there aren't a lot of good weapons outside of DJ Moore and CMC. And that's it. Right? Like, they're outside of those two guys, there isn't a lot going on in terms of guys that can get open against man coverage. And that means that Teddy is not going to be as good of a quarterback, is not going to be as effective, and isn't going to look as good. So, I mean, you can look at it and be like, yeah, like, if only we had kept Teddy. Well, Teddy wouldn't be as good as he's looked in certain games if he were in Carolina. I think he would definitely be better than Darnold. And there's probably a couple of games that you guys would have won had you had Teddy versus Darnold. Like this week, you would have won that game. If Darnold doesn't give the ball away and cost you guys 14 points, Carolina probably beats New England. Because, I mean, he gave a pick six and then he threw the ball away in the end zone on the other side. So if I were Robbie Anderson, I would sue Darnold for holding back his career. Robbie Anderson should sue himself because he's not really doing very much, to be honest. I just don't see it for Robbie Anderson. He could be mad at Darnold all he wants, but dude doesn't do a fantastic job of getting open, in my opinion. I want to never watch Sam Darnold play QB ever again. Can't blame it on Gase anymore. Carolina downgraded his QB this offseason. Butker is 90.2. Gabe, yeah. Like, I do think that they actually downgraded in QB. I understand why they did it, because they needed and wanted a different type of quarterback than Teddy is. They wanted a guy that's more willing to throw contested catches, because I think they know that they're going to need that, but not necessarily where they're at right now in terms of their team build. To be fair, the Jets have 2 wins against quality teams. I actually crossover. You're right, aren't you? Yeah, they beat Tennessee and they beat Cincinnati. Good call, crossover. Good call. I like that one. Arizona has wins over the Rams, Titans, Browns, and we're a miscommunication from win over Green Bay. Absolutely. That's why they're top. That's where they're top. 45-63 career from 50 plus. It's insane, dude. Insane. But guys can't hit 50% from outside of 50. This dude's out here hitting 70% or close to it. And they were looking for an upgrade, but the risk was it could be worse. The only problem I have with the whole Sam Darnold thing is them giving him the contract that they gave him for next year. No clue. Don't understand that at all. Tennessee without Julio and Brown versus the Jets. Yeah, that's the caveat that always goes on that game, right? Is that they didn't have Julio nor AJ Brown and basically had to rely on the running game. 93 of 103. He's better than 90% from 40 out. And 94 of 91. I think you mean 91 of 94. From 30 to 39. Because he can't be over 100%. That'd be impressive. Though I wouldn't put it past Tucker. He's that good. All right. On the tiers, I think I'm going to leave this here, man. I think I'm comfortable with it's all good, Gabe. I'm just teasing, man. I think I'm going to leave this here. I think I'm pretty comfortable with this. I think the Raiders losing to the Giants is another distraction. I'm curious as to what they're going to put up this week. They're past the bye week, so probably less than Raiders 62 of 84 from 50. What is that? 75%? Pretty much. That's impressive. It's very impressive. I used to love Purdy, man. I used to be a Lions fan back in the day before I got into like started working in sports. Whenever I was a kid, I loved watching Barry Sanders. Barry Sanders was my favorite player, like the Lions. Didn't really care if they won. I just like watching Barry play. Um, let's see. Oh, big week for the Raiders. Raiders in KC this week on Sunday Night Football. That's fun. What a what a good slate of games this week. Damn. Raiders Chiefs on Sunday night. That's going to be a fun Sunday night game. I don't know who I'd take in that game right now. Let's see. I want to look at week 9, week 10. Let's look at week 10. See what games we got coming up real quick. But we're gonna leave the tiers at this. All right. Ravens, Dolphins, meh. Jags, Colts, meh. Bucks, Washington football team, meh. Lions, Steelers, meh. Saints, Titans, okay. Interesting. Bills, Jets, meh. Browns, Pats, should be a good game. Falcons, Cowboys, eh. Carolina, Arizona, eh. Vikings, Chargers. There's going to be some weird shit that happens in that game. Vikings, Chargers is going to be bananas. Like there's just something weird that's going to happen in that game. And I know it. Seattle, Green Bay, that should be fun. Eagles, Broncos. Interesting game for both teams, though probably not the best of games. I don't know. Maybe it is. Chiefs, Raiders, and then Rams, 49ers. So solid slate of Sunday night, Monday night games. Thursday night games, not all that interesting. But we got 3 or 4 in there that's going to be really interesting. Do you have an FAQ about your career with Tampa Bay, or have you done asked me anything with previous stream? We talked about it a little bit, LeBlanc. It's the whole thing with Tampa Bay is pretty simple. Basically operations, behind the scenes stuff. None of the stuff that like you would see on the field, right? Like nothing to do with players or contracts or any of that stuff. Kind of learned all of that stuff on my own. All my stuff was behind the scene, logistics, organizing the whole team, organization type of thing. Some business side stuff as well as like football related stuff. Worked a bunch of events and stadium operations and stuff like that. But that opportunity got me inside the door and was able to allow me to work with players and coaches and stuff like that. And that's where I spent a good amount of my time. Used to sneak into like we finish up some nights at like midnight, and instead of me going home and going to bed and getting some rest, I'd sneak into the room where the to the film room where the computers were with the interns, and would use the interns' computers with the interns, by the way, and watch some film on theirs, and then they'd talk me through it, walk me through it, show me how to use it, that type of thing, and then learn from them. Got to talk to a bunch of coaches, players about a whole bunch of different stuff, and then kind of really caught the bug about how all of that stuff worked. I never played football before that. No Pop Warner, no high school, no college. Wasn't allowed to because my mom in high school and before that was always like, no, you'll get hurt. I don't want you to get hurt. She barely let me play baseball. And I said, Mom, it'll be fine. And then a high school coach saw me play baseball and was like, hey, you want to come be our quarterback? And I said, go talk to my mom. And she said, absolutely not. So never got the chance. I wish I had gotten more into it in college. I was still into baseball whenever I was in college. And then I worked for a single A team in Lexington, and was a camera guy for them actually, and realized that I didn't like working, 6 months out of the year and back-to-back nights on 14-game homestands, and didn't want to work all of those games like that in baseball. It was just way too much, and I fell in love with Dodger of Zion. Thanks so much, man. Really appreciate the read. Car Sausage, welcome in. What in the world? What a fun, easy tier maker. Oh, okay. Welcome in, guys. Thanks so much, Dodger. Thanks so much for the raid. Really, really appreciate it, man. So work for the Bucks, or I work for a single A baseball team, and then realized I didn't want to work every night. Like it's 162 games, right? So I didn't work that much throughout the summer and all of that, and basically all year round. And decided I would, I had started falling in love with football. So I ended up working in football, intern for the Bengals, um, whenever I was in college and doing sports management, and then ended up working for the Bucks and worked in operations for the Bucks. Again, all the stuff behind the scenes, work with coaches, players, staff, all that stuff. So in like 2011, I remember I had my first big another sports management major. Yeah, that this was right when everybody else was doing sports management, right? So whenever I interned for training camp with the Bengals, that was when Carson Palmer was quarterback. Chad Ochocinco was still there. Who it was TJ Ushmanzada. Who else was still there? Whitworth was there. Trying to think who else was there. Damata Pecco was there. Had a blast. That was a really fun team. Zeitler was there. That was a really fun team, and then ended up interning for the Bucks for a couple of training camps as well. That was in 2008, 2009, 2010, and then ended up working for the Bucks in 2011. My first kind of like moment was in 2011. No, not with the Bengals. Not with the Bengals. 2009 was with the Bucks. 2009, 2010 was my internship with the Bucks. Uh, yeah, yeah, LeBlanc. We can definitely talk about some of some of the fun stories around the Bengals. I probably have more fun stories from my short time with the Bengals than I do from my time with the Bucks. How did I get the internship? So the Bengals internship, I got through the college that I went to, Eastern Kentucky, go Colonels, not Western Kentucky. Those are the Hilltoppers. We're the more redneck side over on the eastern side of the state. Um, so got that through the sportsman Ray Malaluga. Ray wasn't there yet, I don't think. If I remember correctly. Yeah, Chad was Kiss the Baby. He really does get McDonald's every single morning for breakfast. He absolutely gets McDonald's every single morning for breakfast. He would even break curfew because you're not supposed to go out of the facility before a certain time. That's still breaking curfew. He loves McDonald's. I don't know why, reckoning he just loves McDonald's. He would literally go get breakfast. He'd go order breakfast and then bring breakfast into the dining room with everybody else eating a normal breakfast. And then everybody else would get mad at him for being in there. So he would order like 3 or 4 meals and then sit there and eat them and then go out and practice. He was a big fan of you can eat whatever you want as long as you're willing to work it off. Yeah, Chris Henry was there. That was another one of the guys that was there. Child Please was always fun. Let's see. So I got that through college. They typically had a couple of people from the sports management program that went and worked that internship. That was a blast. That was where I learned that, you don't ever say anything bad about the franchise quarterback. Guy got in trouble because, he was talking to some fans that basically said, they asked him like, "Hey, is Carson Palmer going to make it up here? Will he sign him autographs?" He's like, "I don't know. He might not. Depends on how he feels today." And that was enough for like people to get in trouble because you never talk bad about especially as an intern, right? You never talk bad about the franchise quarterback. And then end up applying for an internship with basically the same job for the Bucks. End up getting that job. Came down for a couple months in the summer. Worked training camp for the Bucks. Came back the next year, did it all over again, and then after talking to some people within the organization, they basically said, "Hey, we know you live in Kentucky, but if you were here, we would use you. We can't promise you a job, but because we can't promise you a job, we would definitely, if you were here, we would definitely promise to use you if you were here." And I said, "Sounds like a fantastic opportunity." So packed up, left my girlfriend at home in Kentucky, moved down to Florida, and ended up volunteering for a season during the 2010 season for the Bucks. Worked with the coaching staff a little bit, mostly with the events and special events and team operations team, and then ended up getting hired on whenever my boss left in 2011. My first holy crap moment in the NFL was in 2011. If you guys remember, before the season started, the work stoppage was going on. So NFL Players Association and NFL were in their collective bargaining agreement stages, and they were negotiating that. And so part of my job was to help prepare for training camp. And we couldn't do anything with training camp until we knew that training camp was actually going to happen. And so I remember sitting in our GM, Mark Dominic's office with a couple of the owners sitting in the background, head coach, coach's staff, some personnel guys, uh, some personnel guys was sitting there and basically like, you know, listening to all these guys have a conversation about what's going on at NFL head offices and who when this is going to go and what everything's going to be like. And I was like, what in the world? Um and I just remember like looking at all these guys that I'd only seen on TV and listened to all these decisions that were being made behind closed doors and thinking, man, this is what the public really wants to like. People would love to be in this situation right now. And I remember thinking that and then going, get out of your head and get back in the meeting because I don't know what I missed during that like whole being in my head for a moment. But that was my whoa, I shouldn't be here type of thing. But it was really cool to be a part of because they basically said, hey, within 24 hours, we've got to have a training camp ready to go. And what normally takes 2 months to plan and execute, you have 2 days. So from the word go. So we were prepared and ready to go. So that was really cool. A lot of stress. Michelino, thanks so much for the follow. TJ Serafini, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. Glad you guys are here. Reckoning 90. Sorry if this is too selfish, but do you have any contact info for these teams? I'm looking to get a job soon after college. Shoot me a whisper. Tell me who you're looking to go. Who you would, if there's any particular team or send me a whisper. So tell me what exactly you're looking to do. Because it really depends if you want to be on the business side. If you really want to be on the business side, whether that's like marketing or ticketing sales or something like that. I mean, teams are one half of it is like a normal corporate business, right? There's graphic artists and there's accountants and there's marketing and sales and all kinds of stuff. Just send a note through. You can send a note, like a message to me through Twitch or hit me up on my DM. So NFLosophy on Twitter as well. That's probably the easiest way. But yeah, it was a blast. It was an absolute blast. Really, really cool. Problem with working in the NFL is if you're not a top tier like coach, so if you're not position coach or above or top level personnel guy, you make zero money. I think I made, if I remember correctly, I think I made 35 grand my first year in the NFL and worked 70 hours a week minimum during the season, minimum. And that's not counting like the time I spent on the road working 24/7 when we were on the road. So one of the things I did was advance the team on the road and ended up and none of those counted into the 40-hour work week, even though you're working the entire time that you're there. So yeah, it was a blast. Got to see behind the scenes, got to see how it works. And that's really what made me interested in the Twitter account, was because I felt like there's a lot of people that don't see things from teams' perspectives. It's always take it at the surface level of whatever people are saying or reporting or whatever it is. And I'm going, look, if you just stop and think about this for a second, this totally makes sense. Just totally makes sense. You just gotta if you just think and add a little nuance to it and think beyond whatever the headline is, there's a lot of stuff that we can make some connections on. I thought that was something that would be really cool to bring to Twitter, and now hopefully bring to Twitch. I love the conversation on Twitter, so hopefully we can extend that here on Twitch, which is why I'm here. So really impressive. So yeah, Reckoning, if you want to send me a DM on Twitter, be happy to see what I can do to help. Crossover rumor has it that you even took a snap with the Bucks. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're talking. Oh, no. Not on the field. Absolutely not. No. God, like you guys remember Chris, the kicker for for the Steelers, who he had one play where he didn't kick the ball and he was supposed to throw it and then he got a concussion. That would be me. That would be me. Ended up getting there. But yeah, it was a blast. It was a lot of fun. Led to a lot of really good things, but it's also kind of nice to be on this side of it. I prefer to actually make money and still have a little bit of life outside of what I do for work, which is good. So, all right. So we did a lot tonight. We did a recap of all of the games of week 9. We talked through all of that. We talked through who are the 49ers. We talked through what's going on with the Chiefs. We talked through um what else? We talked through every single team. We dropped our tiers for the night. I'll send this out on Twitter in just a second, so that I can get roasted for it again. Actually, everybody's been pretty good. People look at this and go, yeah, it's pretty good. Maybe move one team up or one team down, but everything looks pretty good. I guarantee you a lot of people will say flip the Raiders and Patriots, and then you'll be good. LeBlanc, without keeping you on this sidebar too far, without prying too much, what made you decide to step away? I didn't decide to. So I didn't decide to step away. So the way that it works, LeBlanc, is when you're in the NFL and you are tied to a coaching staff. When that coaching staff ends up getting fired, everybody goes with them. Equipment, trainers, medical, everything. Yeah, so everybody goes. So me and my boss, who my boss had worked with John Gruden and then with Raheem, because Raheem was part of Gruden's staff. So when Raheem was able to stay with the Bucks when Gruden left, a lot of his staff stayed. So I got hired on under Raheem. When Raheem got fired, when Raheem Morris got fired, I got fired, boss got fired, all of that good stuff. All around the same time. So yep. So that's how it works. Had nothing to do with the product on the field, but that was pretty much it. Got a nice call from the GM afterwards, said, hey, I didn't realize that you guys would be fired with them. It's a little too late now, but if there's anything I can do to help, let me know. Which was nice. I just never, after getting out of it and starting to take a break, I was like, man, I really like Tampa. Don't know if I really want to do the 70, 80 hours to make absolutely no money, move all over the country. And I didn't feel like I really had my footing yet in the NFL. So decided not to. I checked out a couple of jobs, but nothing really felt like a fit. So I ended up staying in Tampa. Now I work a normal day job just like everybody else. Yep, but that's how it works. TJ Serafini, thanks for the shout. Interested to hear your Niners thoughts, but I joined late. We can hit them real quick. Oh yeah. That's actually a good call, Hodzi. The short answer is the short answer is, but Hadzi's right. Like, you should be able to check out the VOD. And on the VOD, so for those of you that are here now, if I go back, so you should be able to see that here on the VOD, you should be able to see the red lines as they go, because as we go through them, like, you can see Bear Steelers, and I'll mark out team tiers. So that way, whenever you go back, you can actually see what's marked out and follow along that way. So you should be able to kind of find it, even though there's no like stream markers or anything like that. You should be able to get to that. So yeah, no problem, man. I mean, it should all be right there in the videos, and then I'll try to see if I can upload this to YouTube tomorrow as well, and I'll make sure to drop a link to it. So, but tonight's been a lot of fun. Basically, long story short, for the Niners is the defense is really bad, and they've got to figure out a way to be able to run the defense and the offense in sync. Because if they can't stop anybody, they're going to have to figure out that pass game. They can't really continue to try to run the ball as much as they want to and not be as successful in the pass game. They showed a little bit of hope this weekend, but if they're playing from behind, it's going to be a pain. So they got to figure out how to get ahead. They may even have to, instead of deferring, start taking the ball early so that they can start getting ahead earlier, type of thing. As long as they're ahead, they'll be okay. If they get behind, pretty much screwed. So yeah, Dodger Zion in before someone runs in here. All Steelers gonna going to the Super Bowl. Yep. No one's worried about the Steelers going to the Super Bowl, at least not in this chat. We pay attention to what actually happens in the games. Let's see. All right, that looks like it. All right, guys, I think that's gonna be it. In my opinion, the injury concerns are on the team and not just bad luck. Strength and conditioning coach needs to go for San Francisco. There's an element to that. I mean, I think for the most part, it's bad luck, but if there's a history of it, then yeah, there's potentially something there. If they're not teaching flexibility and pliability at this point, it's definitely something that needs to be taken into consideration because it's very well been proven that flexibility and pliability is the number one indication of lack of injury versus like just lifting weights all the time ends up in a significant, a much higher injury rate. And that's been proven. Most strength and conditioning coaches know that, but there are still some old school guys in there that are just lift hard and heavy and never do anything else. So yeah, what do you think is up with Shaney's play? I think Shaney's play calling is okay. I don't think he has the players that he wants. I don't think he has the offensive line that he wants right now. I don't think he's comfortable with his quarterback situation, whether that is Jimmy G or Trey Lance. I think that he feels like he's got to overcome what the defense is going to give up. And I think they've got to work. I think the bigger question is how do they fix that defense? If they fix that defense, the offense will start to look better. And it started to look better a little bit this week. They had George Kittle open a couple times. Brandon Ayuk had a couple big catches. He looked like he played his best game. Um, and they didn't have to rely on the run game as much, but they just don't have a straight like drop back passing game. Everything's built off of play action. Everything's built off of moving around and bootlegs, and they've got to be smarter about how they design that passing game and basically giving Jimmy a little bit more range in the passing game, I guess you could say, rather than just the things that they've been doing in terms of play action and rollouts and stuff like that. Yeah, there's history, 3 injury-filled seasons in 4 years. Yeah, and they may have switched. I don't know what their strength and conditioning coach is there and how long he's been there, but yeah, if it's that bad and that for that long, then the problem is coaching staffs are an old boys club. They hire who they know, not who is potentially a good fit. Like they don't overthink the situation. They're like, hey, I worked with this guy here. He was the linebackers coach there, and he's continued to coach, and I'll make him my defensive coordinator. Not necessarily because they think he's a great defensive coordinator. Just, hey, that's the guy that I knew. Hadzi, I remember when BA first showed up in Arizona and announced that his teams wouldn't be doing pregame warm-ups. He's one of the first guys to rethink everything. BA is like, I'm not doing anything just because everybody else has done it this way. I'm doing it because I'm doing it based on what makes sense and what is the smart thing to do. It's smart. Hired some hockey guy after 20. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Two totally different motions. I mean, you use your whole body in both, but I, the thing is offensive linemen, defensive linemen, they need to train different than say wide receivers do. And that's different, right? Like those are two different motions, two different asks, two different baselines for um two different baselines for those positions, two different body sizes, body types type of thing, where if they're not addressing each one individually, then that can lead to some issues as well. I used to love our nutritionist. We used to sit at because he used to always have to check, our nutritionist would always have to check people in at breakfast, make sure they showed up, and at late night dinners and stuff like that. Whenever we had team meetings and stuff in the hotels, and we used to sit there because I always had to be there first and in first, out last. Operations always is. Um, and we would sit there and talk and everything as he's as people are coming in and out, and he's basically checking people off his list, and we got to know each other pretty well. Our nutritionist was awesome. And we would talk about like the different things that they're doing, the different nutrition that he's recommending and all that different stuff. It was really, it was fun. All those little conversations came up. I remember having a conversation with Steve Logan, who was a longtime coached the running backs for us. A super insightful guy. Happy to share his knowledge. But yeah, it's just really cool to sit down and eat with those guys. Beaton, I remember his first year in Tampa. He was first coach. I remember admitting Nichols, the new base defense. Yeah, I mean everybody knew it. It's just it's funny because these things happen for a year or two, and then finally like someone says it, and everybody's like, "Oh my god, that's amazing." And then like the teams are like, "Okay, well, I guess we can say that now." Like, dude, like you not saying that you run a nickel defense as your base defense doesn't change the fact that every other team in the NFL sees that every single week on your film that you run 60% nickel in terms of personnel on defense. Like, it doesn't change. Calling it something different doesn't change it, right? Not saying it doesn't make it not real. But yeah, that's what I love about BA, and he loves to give opportunities too. He specifically focuses on giving people of color and women opportunities where he thinks that they deserve them. So it's important to him to do stuff like that, which I think is really cool. We've been running 70% 5 DBs, but our base is still 4. Exactly. And like it took forever for people to um whenever the Pats were running two tight ends, they were still like, oh, our starters are, you know, one running back, one tight end, and three wide receivers. And they're like, no, 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 no. They're our two starters are two tight ends. And people were freaking out over that. So LeBlanc, got a jet. This has been great. Keep it up. We'll be sure to tune in. So thank you so much. Hey, so for everybody else that's here, that's new, do this every Tuesday, Thursday nights. Tuesday nights is a recap of the NFL week from before, all the games from the week before. Thursday is our preview of all the games of the week coming up. We'll also do a little bit of Thursday night football sidecast as well, talk about the game as it's going on. And then Sunday is our pregame show. That's where we get specifically into the matchups of every single game, talk about news throughout the week, those type of things. So always fun. I think it's time. I think it's almost midnight here. So I think it's time. I think we got to wrap up. Let me see if there's anybody fun around that's on tonight. But I appreciate you guys coming in. It's been a blast talking about everything. Super excited for all the new followers. Dodger Zion, thanks so much for the raid a little bit earlier. Really appreciate that. You got a pretty awesome group here that you sent in. A lot of people asking some good questions, so really appreciate that. Um, let's see. All right, it doesn't look like anybody's on, so we probably gonna drop this off. Um, All right. If there's nothing else, hopefully I will see all of you guys. So NFL Philosophy on Twitch as well as on Twitter. So if you're new here, feel free to drop a follow, hit the notification so you know whenever I come back on. But also feel free to hop over on Twitter, NFL Philosophy over there as well. More active throughout the day and throughout the week over there. But save all the good stuff for the streams here. So really looking forward to seeing you guys around next time. Appreciate it so much. I'll send my tiers out on Twitter in here in about 5 minutes. So thank you guys so much. Really looking forward to the next time. Y'all have a good night.